so I'm just wondering. It's not a big deal,
Mhm.
but I'm just like it's just sitting right outside of my office, right? And so I can hear the brrr. It's not a diesel either. I was wrong. It's a gas truck, but it has zero fucking muffler on it. Nothing to any muffle the sound, and it's just idling. And there's a car facing it on the private street, and I'm like, what in the fuck is going on?
What happened?
I don't know. Like, I'm not going to go up there.
Someone's just random vehicle sitting out there.
Well, no, it seems like somebody's doing a deal. Like, hey, can you haul this for me? And they're by the mailboxes for the people that live around me. And it's like, okay, can you fuck off?
Oh, I just assumed it was like on your driveway the way you were
Oh
describing.
God, no! My driveway is not that big, and so
I know,
no,
that's what
it's
I'm
on that road behind the
Okay.
house.
Okay.
Remember that? Yeah, it's
Yeah,
on
oh,
that
yeah.
road.
I know the area, so that when you said that, I was like, "What? Someone just pulled into your driveway?"
No, if it was a driveway, I would not be here.
I got some crackling in my head, so I'm gonna turn it off and turn it back on.
Yeah, no, I've got it too. It's not you.
What's up?
It's Mike. It's your mic, Mike.
God damn it!
It's crackling this time. It's not like cutting out or like doing whatever. It's just crackling.
Yeah, you hear it too. Okay, it's
Oh, yeah,
got to be.
yeah.
I think it's gone now. I think it's Mike's mic.
Is it
No,
back?
it is Mike's mic, but like he can adjust it. He's got.
Is it back?
Oof.
Still hear
The
it?
fuck was that?
What?
It sounds like R2D2 is fucking your microphone without lube.
They're probably just getting the tap into his microphone for this stream.
Is that an M1 Garand behind you?
Who?
It is, yes.
Mike? Yeah, it's his.
Yeah.
You has ein Shooty stick.
I have a few of them.
He's
How
got a
does it-
couple.
How does it sound now?
Better. It's just the feedback, and it was really weird this time. It's nothing I've heard before on your mic, but I knew it was you because
Because I have the mic, the mic.
it's
Yeah.
still crackly and shit.
Okay.
it sounds like
there's
It really
crackle.
sounds like you're having you're like got a bag of candy or some shit, and you're like doing this in front of it slowly. If that makes sense.
All right. Well, I might just use the laptop then.
It's acceptable to me as long as it's not doing the R2D2 face fucking anymore.
So you got the mic. What do you mean by that? You got a new one?
No, the one that
The old reliable piece of shit.
yeah.
Yeah,
So that's
it's
the
weird because usually it's just like it'll be either be low or high, but today it's making some cool sounds. Yeah, like that. You blew on it, and it sounded like somebody just shat their pants. Like there was no it's not like blowing air sound. It was like somebody just shat their pants.
How does it sound now?
It's okay. It's acceptable for now.
Okay.
If it gets worse, we'll yell at you.
Yeah.
And then just go on the laptop if need be. It's not a big deal, but like
That would not be the first time.
that mic fucking blows. Like you should leave a review, man, and be like, dude, I did a podcast at this. I've been on live streams.
Get one of these.
Yeah, I'm gonna eventually have to do that. How much is that thing?
$160.
Oh, that's nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a bone conduction headset. And
yeah.
I have the hardware, so this one's actually Bluetooth that I hook to my phone, but I have the Bluetooth adapter that I plug into a USB port so I can use it on my computer too.
Mm.
But yeah, my ear canals are wide open.
Yeah, it just goes through your head. It's like the kind of the same concept as like a throat mic for tankers.
Yeah, it sits on the bone right in front of your ear canal.
Yep.
And
Oh, so
you actually hear the sound through your ear canal, but your ear canal isn't blocked.
interesting. Huh.
So you
that's
still
why I
have.
always wear one headphone off my ear because I can't deal with the whole like.
I'll shoot up a link in the private chat.
Okay. Yeah, Mike, you're gonna probably have to get your laptop. It's like crackling just when you're not even talking. So
God damn it! All right.
it's all right. We got time. We're good.
Stab it.
I'm gonna jump off this and then jump on the laptop.
It's good. It's good. Yeah, his mic's been getting worse. He got it and like we were doing podcasts and shit, and like it would just like when he would talk loud, it would like try to compensate for it and make him like you've heard it before, and
Yeah.
like, hey, figure out the gain. And like Nate was trying to work with him and everything, and it just doesn't work. And he has to get the mic like I have, or something like that, or what you have.
Yeah, I couldn't possibly be happier with this with this headset.
Yeah, I'm gonna end up probably getting a set of those. Yeah.
It's not very good for for gaming, and it's not very good for music. Like voice,
No, but we're talking. Yeah, it doesn't
voice,
matter.
it's second to none.
Well,
Like
here's the thing: is I would use those. I would turn off the mic on those, and I'd use my Shure MV7, like my good mic, if I was doing like a podcast or if I was on somebody else's shit. But I can't stand when I'm just talking to somebody. I have to be able to hear.
yeah,
And with
you have
the
to.
gaming headset, it's fine for gaming, like you said.
Yeah.
But I don't like the not being able to hear anything that's going on around me.
But so for gaming, it doesn't gaming and audio. It doesn't handle multiple audio sources very well.
Yeah.
Like simultaneous audio streams, it doesn't handle that very well.
Yeah, but still, yeah, it's better than
But for voice communications, it's absolutely. It sounds like you're sitting in the room with me.
Well, and if it's $160, it's nothing. It's like it's definitely worth it just to have another headset. Yeah.
And this one, I got the one with the boom mic.
Yeah.
So even over the sound of my semi, other people that I'm talking to on the phone can't tell that I'm driving. This has got such good sound
Really?
cancellation. Yeah.
That's really good.
You've called me when I was at work, right?
Yeah, it's gotten better since you got these.
Yeah. The last time that we talked on the phone, I had this, and you probably couldn't tell that I was driving a fucking Freightliner.
Freightliner? A Freightliner?
Freight shaker.
Yeah. No, yeah, I might look into that, but and for a certain purpose. Like again, gaming is
gaming, like podcasting. This it's fucking awesome for this. That's why I wanted it, because this way, I could wear my campaign hat. I can wear my East German cunt cap.
Yeah.
It doesn't interfere, so it's amazing.
I'll end up doing that just for doing Friday Night Shite, just alone, or like just talking to people, because this headset, it's really, I don't have any gripes or bitches about it as far as the sound quality, the audio quality, whatever.
There's my gaming headset, Corsair. Fuck that mic.
Truly.
You should put a K in parentheses.
Well, it's funny. Nate has said before, whenever we all get together next, I'm gonna bring the microphone with me, and we're gonna shoot the hell out of it.
Shoot the fucking thing. Just get rid of it. It's gonna be like the equivalent of like an Office Space when they take the fucking
the printer,
the copier, and they just fucking boom, 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 boom. That was a
back up in your ass with the resurrection. Yeah.
Just beating the fuck out of it and pulling them back. Like, okay, that's enough is enough. Like, no, going back for more. That fucking movie is so. That was the thing. Like, Mike Judge made that, and it's like, it was so underrated. And the first time I saw that was probably
it's a cult classic.
Dude, that's the thing, is like the first time I saw that, I was very young, and I thought it was funny as fuck.
Oh yeah. That's funny though, because that's one of those movies that when that movie came out, like it wasn't
flopped in the box office.
Yeah, people didn't quite know what to make of it at first, and then it was one of those movies that became famous later on.
Yep, it was an absolute flop in the box office.
Mm-hmm.
And it was funny because, like, at that point, Beavis and Butthead and King of the Hill had just started at that point, right?
Yep.
But nobody knew who Mike Judge was, even though he'd been working his goddamn ass off in the 80s and 90s.
Oh yeah.
They didn't know who he was, so it was not. It was like one of those things where like they didn't know who the writer and director was, and they just they were like, okay, cool. It's a movie about people in an office. But it's so well written. I think like it's hilarious.
It's well, it's like most Mike Judge things. It's really, really subtly clever, with everything.
And it's also ahead of its time too, because Idiocracy.
Yeah.
People I saw that shortly after it came out, and I was like, this is funny and good, also scary.
Yep.
Like, this is where we're headed if we keep going this way. But I mean, Mike Judge is he was on Joe Rogan like last year or something, and I was just like listening to him talk, and he's a very successful dude, but he's also just an average dude. Like all three of us, and he just finds things funny and he writes about them and he's good at writing, and his voices are fucking hilarious. And
that's some of the most iconic things from his stuff are his actual voice, like Boomhauer. He voices Boomhauer and he voices Hank, and he voices
exactly. And it's like Boomhauer there's people I've met who talk like that.
Yep.
They're really smart people, but they just talk like they're fucking idiots. Like, you can't understand unless you're around them for a while. You can't understand like any more than like 1 out of 4 words.
Right.
And,
their words just clash into each other as they talk.
Well, because it's a mumble speak kind of thing.
Yep.
It's Pidgin.
Pidgin?
Yeah.
Is that the name of it?
No. So in a lot of South Pacific tropical islands where there was these just isolated tribes that all of a sudden the U.S. forces just showed up or Allied forces showed up during World War II, and the local tribes people had to start learning English to be able to communicate. After Westerners left, their language devolved into what they called Pidgin, of whatever their original language was, and it was a blend of their original native language and English.
Huh.
And it's referred commonly to as Pidgin.
I've heard about stuff like that happening. I didn't know that was the name for it, though.
Well, it's like called Pidgin English or Pidgin whatever.
Kind of like a lot of immigrants from Central and South America and Mexico, who we call it Spanglish.
Oh yeah.
When they're like mumbling and they're talking really quick, you can understand them to an extent, but like Spanglish is a very interesting thing. I'm sure it's like kind of on the same line of that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, because I mean, if I were to be forced, or not forced, but like if I were to have to learn another language very quickly and then go back to my native English roots, I would probably have some weird twangs,
Mm-hmm.
So,
well, it's interesting because like up where you live, you get some of that northern kind of dialect, and that kind of
Jake.
That kind of derived from like some of the Scandinavian,
Exactly. Yep.
I don't know if I'm supposed to be offended or complimented by that.
It's neutral. We'll just put it that way. It's neutral. It is what it is, Jake. It is what it is, and it's like I've told this on streams before, but like I didn't realize, because I used to talk like Jake, like very thick, kind of. Well, yours isn't thick, but like it's very
noticeable
northern Midwest, like Wisconsin, Minnesota, Michigan accent, right? People always confuse it with Canadian because they don't understand that.
Old Polak farmer.
Yep. Yeah, old Polak farmer. What are you doing with my goddamn car battery?
He got caught in the jumper cables between a John Deere and a Massey Ferguson, and it shorted out one of his lobes.
Why was he running a cable between a John Deere and a? Well, why would you do that?
Well, when one needs to be jump started by the other.
Yeah.
The other.
No, seriously. Okay, Jake, let's just go into it for a bit. Let's go into it. Because the old timers.
That's how they talk. That's literally how they talk.
And so, why was he trying to use the cables on that?
Well, when the battery on the one is flat, then you got to take the battery off the other one, and that's kind of a pain in the butt. So you got to just use the jumper cables.
I know that, but why would you do that? I mean, that doesn't make any sense to me. It really just kind of.
Well, it's not a problem if the John Deere's got the hand crank.
Yeah, but,
But
the
it,
John
but
Deere,
if the John Deere is the one that's running and the Massey Ferguson's got the flat battery because that's the one you bought because it had the electric start.
yeah.
Well, then you need to put the jumper cables on it because the Massey Ferguson doesn't have a hand crank.
Well, then why are you using the Massey Ferguson in the first place? It should be just John Deere.
Because the Massey Ferguson had the electric start, and
Yeah.
they bought it so that it would be easier to get going.
So now he's got his goddamn car battery or his tractor battery out there, and he's got to get it started because he doesn't have an electric start, or he doesn't have a crank start.
He doesn't have the hand crank. He doesn't have the big flywheel he can just grab onto and just whip it over.
Yeah. Well, then it doesn't make no sense to me.
And that's why I told him that he should have stuck with the John Deere B with the hand crank because he doesn't need to worry about the battery going flat because it's got the magneto for the distributor.
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you. Is why would you go and why are you going with anything other than John Deere or International Harvester? I mean, I don't want to step on any feet here, but the John Deere people can't afford it.
He went from the John Deere to the Farmall, and he didn't like the Farmall.
Oh, he goes to the Farmall,
and that was before International Harvester.
His judgment's way off there.
He went from the John Deere because it was getting too expensive to fix it, and he went to the Farmall because he figured the Farmall it's what became internationally. Well, and so he went from the John Deere. He went from the John Deere to the Farmall, and he didn't like the Farmall. So he's like, "Hey, this Massey Ferguson over here. Yeah, I'm not going to get that Minneapolis Moline. No, I'm not going to get that because that's from Minneapolis. And we can't have anything from the Minnesota."
Yeah, no, I understand that, but here's the thing: is your Farmall don't work. John Deere does.
No, he sold the farm. He traded the Farmall in for the Massey.
Yeah, I know. I'm hearing you. But I can't wrap my head around her. I don't understand what's going on here. Why would you do that? Just stick with John Deere and
the John Deere was getting too expensive to fix because the John Deere dealership kept jacking up the prices on the parts.
You're buying new parts.
And he ran out of Buicks to pull mufflers off of.
Yeah, you're buying new parts, but if it's draining your battery, why would you be?
The John Deere didn't. The John Deere doesn't have a battery. The John Deere doesn't need a battery. It's got the magneto that runs off the engine.
Yeah,
and that gives it all. That gives it all the electricity it needs.
Yeah, I never heard of the magneto, but
that's what they had before them batteries. The magneto made the magneto made the spark.
Yeah.
And the best part is the magneto will run even when there's no power anywhere else, and you got all the batteries and all the cars are flat because you used them to power the barn cleaner, and then the magneto will still run every time. But the problem is, he broke his hand the other year, and it made it really hard for him to grab onto that big old flywheel. And you gotta crank that. You gotta crank that thing over, and you don't want to risk using the compression releases on the cylinders because those they might not close when you need them to close, and then you don't have the power that you need. I was
telling Oli the other night. I says, we're up here and we're out there at our cabin, up north a bit, and we're running out there and.
Is that cabin up north of Highway 8 or is it south of Highway 8?
No, it's north of Highway 8. Yeah.
North of Highway 8? Yeah, that's way up north then.
Highway 8? To Highway 8?
We're in north of Highway 8 and we're out there and
is that east or west of Highway 70?
That'd be let me think about it for a second.
Let me think about that.
Yeah, so it'd be east of Highway 70.
Oh, that north of Highway 8 and east of Highway 70. That might as well be in the Uper.
Well, it's east of 87. 70 runs.
70 runs up through Hayward.
Yeah, and so this is north on 70 in Burnett County, and we were out there and
that's west of 70, I think.
No, it's west. So
you think or no?
I might be off. I don't know. I mean, I really couldn't tell you, but I'm pretty sure it was east of 70. But so we're out there, and I've got Sven over there with me, and we're out there on our 4x4s, and we're just kind of patrolling for land and what we're going to be clearing and the bears. And we go out there, and all of a sudden, gosh darn it, don't you know, there comes out a bear.
Oh, don't you know?
Say,
them black bears, you don't want to mess with them black bears when they got the babies around.
No, because when they got their cubs, it's really a problem if you're there. So anywho, we go out there, and we are out there, and this black bear come out, and we said, oh gosh, we gotta go back. The black bear starts chasing us.
Well, so you know what they say. You don't need to be faster than the bear. You just need to be faster than the other guy you're with.
Yeah, we're both on the same 4x4, so how is that going to work?
Well, you just got to push one of them off.
Yeah, no, I don't. I'm not about that.
Good Lord, man.
God, that's literally. I'm not shitting anybody who's watching the stream or you, Mike.
Yeah,
that I've heard those kind of conversations.
It was everywhere when I lived up in Birchwood. Like you could not get away from it in Birchwood.
Oh yeah,
it's such an interesting accent. It really feels like there's this like tightness at the front of the mouth.
It kind of is, yeah.
It's like, I don't know if that's like the cold influence.
Probably.
Yeah. But that's what, like, when I think about it, it's like, it feels like it's really at the front of the mouth, and there's a lot of tightness around like that sort of thing.
Well, and that's the thing is, like, Jake and I really both have we have a tinge of it, right?
Yeah.
But it's not like we were, like, what we're doing is not an exaggeration. I'm not
we can, like you could tell, we can pull it out of the head like that.
Because we've heard it our whole fucking lives. And again, when I went down and was experiencing other like people from different parts of the U.S., they're like, y'all got an accent. And I was like, you have an accent.
You have an accent, weirdo.
Have you listened to yourself?
Right. And then all of a sudden I get back from that, and I kind of like developed this weird kind of amalgamation of a upper Midwest accent that's more like Nebraska or Iowa. That's where people, like, if I'm like, guess where I'm from, if they don't know me.
Right.
They're like, you're from like Iowa or Nebraska. And I'm like, no. I'm from Wisconsin, like northern Wisconsin. They're like, but you don't talk like this. And I was like, you're correct. I used to. I didn't realize it.
Nick going to bed?
But,
is Nick going to bed?
It's a funny thing.
Hello,
like,
Mr. Nick.
Oh, is he going to be another towhead? Oh, God.
I don't know. I think he's going to turn ginger. His hair is darker than Daniel's was.
Yeah, it is darker. You're right. Yeah.
His eyes are darker too. What do you see, Mr. Nick?
Shoot, he might.
What do you
might
see,
be a
Mr.
ginger.
Nick?
The sunglasses.
Well, she literally just had LASIK like 6 hours ago.
In the Discord, I said she's gonna be Ray Charlesing it up all weekend, and it'll be fine. But no, you're right. Nick's got darker hair than Daniel. So he's gonna be a ginger right off the bat, and then Daniel's gonna probably be like blonde, like I was when I was like 5.
I was too,
and then turn brown.
It's dark. Yep. We shall see.
What do you think, Mr. Nick? What do you see?
He sees a fat dude that he's going to see tomorrow.
He doesn't know what he sees.
He's like, what the hell's going on?
Everything's new. He's not even 9 months old. Everything's new.
Wow.
Everything's new. Well, let me tell you, Nick, how the world works, bud.
Yeah, were you there? Yeah. Why don't you tell me?
So I actually thought I sounded a lot worse than I actually did earlier when I had the Novocaine.
Yeah.
And so I just did
I was expecting more Jar Jar and less Jesse.
I seriously could not feel my tongue or my face. And so I was like, let's see how this goes. And then I was like, oh, the world will never know. But you have to know, And so I sent him like a 40-second message of like, well, why don't you tell me, why Jar Jar Binks was incepted by George Lucas and his writing staff Well, there were more pressing matters going on about, well, how did 58,000 of my generation die because of a scam that happened with the USS Maddox in the Gulf of Tonkin? Like, why don't you tell me how that happened? And I did that like on Novocaine, like my whole fucking face was completely
completely fucked up.
But it wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be.
Well, good.
Because the way I felt versus the way I actually sounded was different.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's funny shit. Like, why don't you tell me what's going on now?
Oh, did you like my Jesse rant on Discord?
Yeah, I was gonna read it out loud, but like,
go for it. I don't care. Nobody's on the stream has heard it or has read it.
Was that in a PM?
That was.
Yeah, it was.
Was that? No, that wasn't in a PM.
No, that was in.
Oh, you. No, it was in cooking and recipes.
Oh yeah, because that went off the fucking rails. Yeah.
Yeah, it was at 7:53 this morning that I typed that.
7:53.
When we were talking about stubbing toes.
There we go. Yeah. Why don't you tell me what it's like to violently stub your toe? Were you there? Because I was. The crew of the USS Maddox are the only ones who know the truth about stubbing their toes in 1964. They found out firsthand in the Gulf of Tonkin and were sworn to secrecy about it because Lyndon Baines Johnson owned stock in a bomb factory. So why don't you go ahead and tell me that wasn't a scam? It wasn't a false flag incident? Yeah. You go ahead and tell me. If you're such a patriot.
Longest shot, is that with single fire, belt fed, direct fire, indirect fire?
The what?
Yeah, I'm looking at chat.
So yeah, the longest shot I ever made. I'd actually with a bolt gun. It was that one that I have the video on. It's from years ago with my Eagle M48. Because with the 240 Bravo, I made some really good shots. But that range only went up to 800.
Longest shot that I've made is 600 yards.
I think
that's with a single fire rifle.
Let me fucking search my channel.
Only because that's the longest I've ever been able to get my rifle onto a range to shoot.
I've never actually measured or been in a situation where I can measure something.
Michael is so confident that he doesn't need to measure.
So it was 800 yards. It was 800 yards. So I guess that's the same. I think it was 8. It was a little bit over 8, but I just said 800 to keep it whatever. With my Yugo M48 quote unquote shooter grade that I paid $160 for from AIM Surplus in 2014, or $180, something like that. It was dirt cheap. Yeah. And then I went out with some nice ammo. Like it was surplus ammo, but it's the Yugo M75.
He froze up.
Yep.
He froze up. There he goes.
You're back.
Sorry, you froze up.
Last thing you heard, because it does.
Yugo M75.
Yeah, the Yugo M75 sniper ammo, which is fucking the best surplus 8mm you can buy. The best 8mm you can buy, period, in a surplus gun. We'll just put it that way. I'll confidently say that. But like,
Nate, are you hanging out at the elementary school again?
He's gonna come onto this just with his middle finger up, but he's gonna be at the dugouts again.
Oh, I'm being scolded.
No, it's fine. That's.
I'll call it the bleachers from now on.
Well, it was funny as shit because it's like, and then it's like grass. It's just like a fucking ground on a fence.
It looked like he was sitting in the top row of the bleachers.
Right, and I was like, "Am I the only one who fucking sees this?" But like, no, but yeah.
Jesus Christ, he says.
Yeah, but no, it's all good. What the hell was I gonna say? Yeah. So the longest shot I made with a rifle is probably it was like 8 something. But I do have a video on YouTube. I'll post. Fuck it, I'll just post a link. This is not fucking edited, scripted, whatever. I did that years ago, and I hit 2 out of 5.
Nice.
And with open sights, with surplus ammo and a fucking Yugo M48, I think that's decent.
The longest shot that I've ever made and hit the target that I was aiming at was on the 50 cal qual range. That's 1,500 yards.
Wow.
That the fucking M2, man.
That doesn't even struggle at 1,500 yards with
15,
iron sights.
15 is like literally you can put a monkey behind that fucking thing and it'll hit a target at 15.
Yeah, if they know how to use the sights.
Well,
if the monkey knows to adjust the sights to the 1,500 yard range marker.
Well, that's the thing is like we were talking about this before, Mike. Like I was telling you about the 240 range. Like when I would adjust, I would like flip the sights up to like when we're at 8. I'd flip them up and then go and adjust it. Yeah, the gun will do the work. You just have to be relaxed and like the gun will do the work. With an M2, it's like 1,500 yards is nothing.
1,500 yards a fucking chip shot for that gun.
Yeah, the M2. Mike, someday I want you to be able to shoot the M2.
No, yes. I love
it. There's a machine gun shoot down in Iowa every year.
Oh, yeah?
It's really expensive, though.
Yeah, might be worth it, though, just for the experience.
Dude, because the M2 literally, like, I've said this before on streams, and I'll say it again. The M2 is the only weapon that I shot in the military that gave me an actual, like, semi-chub.
I've often thought about... I've never shot one, obviously. I've been around them when they've been firing. Yeah, and it's, like, insane. You know, just the firepower behind them and all that.
It's so, and then, but what's funny is when you're behind it and you've like, you know, seated the thing correctly on the tripod or whatever the fuck it's on a pintle or whatever, when you seat it correctly and you're running that thing.
Central Iowa machine gun shoot.
I'd make a trip for that.
Yeah.
If it's super fucking expensive. Then...
Well, it's expensive. So when we all make it, you know, someday, maybe, perhaps, but we're going to make it. We'll go down there and Mike, I just want to see your fucking face. I want to see you going, oh, this is fucking awesome. Like you get
I have been saying for years that if you want to take somebody who's anti-gun and change their mind overnight, put them at the trigger of an M2.
Oh, fuck yeah. It's so... It's not just fun, it's like an experience, you know.
Nice.
It is a whole body experience.
The fucking M2 is
especially on a ground tripod when you wrap your legs around the rear legs of the tripod and you lean back and you're literally holding yourself up by the spade grips.
Exactly.
And
boom. You know, fucking the rate of fire. It's not super fast. It's not super slow. It's like, what was it? Like 600 rounds per minute?
450 to 550.
Well, okay. The one I'm thinking of is the person that I was telling you about the other night is he got that thing up to like 600.
Yeah. They can go up to 600, but they don't like it. Like up to 600, 650
or something like that. Like
yeah.
He that motherfucker had that fucking timing.
Perfect.
And the headspace and everything perfect to where the OCs were like, were you shooting a 240 or were you shooting a M2? He goes, an M2. That's way too fast. He goes, it worked, correct? Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. And it was like that the one guy that I know that can do that, I would, if we ever went down there, I'd actually call him. I'd figure out how to get in touch with him again and be like, you adjust the timing on that thing in the headspace to be perfect. So we can do 598 or whatever, you know?
Yeah.
Because that thing, he would just on a 50 and it'd be like, what the fuck?
Wow.
The problem is that a machine gun shoot like that, nobody's going to let you actually touch the internals of the weapons.
Correct.
In fact, they're probably not even going to let you load it yourself.
Which is retarded or stupid. It's I mean,
we're past the half-hour mark. It's okay.
Well, I don't monetize any of these anyway, so I mean, but I don't want to get zapped. But like, it's no the fucking M2, that son of a bitch. Like the Mark 19 scared me. Like to be perfectly honest, like I was never really comfortable with the Mark 19. I shot it and I'm like, it just feels something about it felt off, you know. I was like, okay, I can use it if I need to, whatever, blah, blah, blah. I know how to make it work and everything. But the M2, it's like, okay, this is fucking full rock and roll. And the next step down was a 240 Bravo.
Mm.
And
for me, the Mark 19, I absolutely loved that thing.
Well, a lot of guys did, yeah. And that's the thing is, I didn't like it. I like the M2. If you had to choose, right? If they're like, okay, you have to be issued one of these two.
Oh, you're gonna do that to me? You're gonna do that to me?
No, I'm not. I didn't ask you, but if you're gonna fucking volunteer yourself for that,
honestly, if I had to choose, if you forced me to choose a Mark 19 or an M2, I'd choose the M2 every day.
Every fucking day, yeah.
Every fucking day. It's like, I love the Mark 19
at 5 yards.
Yeah.
Okay.
I love the Mark 19. I love everything about it.
Why, Mike? Why was
the M2?
What was wrong with the? Is it just because it's a grenade launcher or what?
Well, I know Jake
different.
loves it, but it's very
It's different.
How the fuck would you describe it, Jake? Because like it just
so a lot of like every gun that you've ever fired in your life, the recoil pushes back.
Mm-hmm.
Right? When you fire an M2, the bolt itself has so much mass and the round itself has so little actual recoil that the gun actually jumps forward.
Mm. You about the M2 or the Mark 19?
The Mark 19.
Okay.
Yeah, you said M2, but like the Mark.
Did I say M2? Yeah. I meant to say Mark 19. So
okay.
the bolt itself has so much mass that it actually there's just enough recoil from the round firing to push that bolt back into its reset position, back to the sear. That's it. So the gun jumps forward when you fire it, and on top of that, because it's an indirect fire weapon, it's not a direct fire weapon at all. It's 100% indirect fire. Its maximum range is 2,212 meters.
Mm-hmm.
The maximum range on the qual course is 1,000 meters.
Yep.
When you're shooting at 1,000 meters with that thing on the qual range, so the front sight is actually just a blade that's machined into the feed tray cover.
It's basically an M79 it's an improved M79 sight is what I consider it.
It's a blade that's literally machined into the top of the feed tray cover. It's not attached to the barrel or anything. So when you've got the ladder sight adjusted to 1,000 meters, because the ladder sight flips up and then you can slide it up and down for the range, and you're sitting behind the gun at 1,000 meters, you can't see the target because you're looking through the barrel. Like the barrel is elevated to the point where it's blocking your line of sight to the target. So you're down behind it, you're lining the sights up, and then you have to pop up to make sure that the sights are in line with where the target is, and then you're back down, and then you're back up, and you got to do that a couple of times to make sure that you're actually where you need to be before you squeeze off the round. And you have to squeeze off at least 3 rounds. You cannot, because of the way the ammo linking works, it's basically just a T-stud on one side of the round, and it's a slotted socket on the other side of the round, or on the next round, and it's really, really lightweight metal. I don't know if it's lightweight steel or if it's heavy duty. Yep. Is it lightweight steel?
Yep.
But if you squeeze off less than 3 rounds, what eventually ends up happening with the weight of the individual rounds is those links end up stretching out.
Mm-hmm.
And eventually by the time you get to the end of the belt, there's so much stretch put into the links that the feed pawls can't grab onto the next round to pull it onto the feed tray.
Yep.
Because there's too much gap in between the rounds now.
Yeah.
So you have to fire off 3 rounds just to get rid of those stretched links.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, it's a very finicky. It's a very. You have to know that weapon inside and out.
You can't use CLP on it at all. There's 2 different types of lubricants that are allowed to be used on it. One of them's for hot weather and one of them's for extreme cold weather. I don't remember what they're called off the top of my head, but we always just call them whale jizz because they look like whale jizz. Don't ask us how we know what whale jizz looks like. So there was that. And then Like you can always tell a Mark 19 that somebody's put CLP on it because it discolors the fuck out of the internals. All of the machine surfaces on the inside,
Yeah.
it ruins the gun. Like those, like if you see one of those that has those discolored internals, especially on the feed tray and feed tray cover, on the ammo feed area, it's like you don't accept that gun. You're like, nope, somebody put CLP on this fucking thing.
But here's
I'm
the
not
thing.
touching
We'll get back on track. So you fire 3 rounds. You have to do that for multiple reasons. But the thing is like once you're on target and you're like where you need to be,
you can let her. You can just let her run.
And it's literally like having a fucking small airstrike.
Yeah. And then there's two different types of ammo for it. There's the HE and the HEDP. HE is just regular high explosive. But like it's a 40 millimeter, but it's not the 203. They're not interchangeable with the 203 40 millimeter
Because
grenades.
there's links on there, and they're also higher powered.
Yeah, they're higher, a much higher chamber pressure.
Yep.
But they also have a larger warhead than the 203. 203's got a 5-meter kill radius. The Mark 19's got a 15-meter kill radius.
Yep.
And then if you're using HEDP or HEDP, high explosive dual purpose, you've got the 15-meter kill radius plus up to 2.5 inches of armor penetration.
Yeah. So you hit like vehicles and shit, like cars and trucks, or
you can take out a 113 with a Mark 19.
Yep.
I saw one fire when I was working for them. It was loaded with the bright blue training
rounds.
Yeah, training rounds.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. But it made that noise that was really distinct.
Well, the training rounds for the Mark 19 actually do have an explosive charge in them, but they're just like a flash charge.
Yeah,
they're not a chalk round. They're just like a flash charge, like shooting a flashbang downrange.
Not, yeah, exactly. It's just like a whatever, but
or like a grenade sim.
Yeah, but like you have to have that when you're qualifying on the Mark 19.
Yeah, otherwise you can't tell if you hit the target at 1,000 meters.
Right. You see the chalk and everything. It's like, okay, well, where did that hit? But like,
yeah.
And no, the Mark 19, I'm good with letting somebody else handle that.
I have no problems with it. I qualified expert on it.
Give it to him.
I qualified expert.
Love them too.
When I was governor of Minnesota, they actually told me I could qualify in the Mark 19, and I refused because I said I'm not going to deal with any kind of that piece of shit. I qualified on the Carcano.
It has the same ballistics.
Yeah, it's got the very similar ballistics to a Carcano that apparently killed the president of the United States in 1963, but I wasn't aware of that.
I've never heard of Lee Harvey Oswald.
Yeah, Lee Harvey Oswald. Yeah, did he qualify expert marksman when he was governor of Minnesota up at Camp Ripley? Oh, with an AR? Probably not. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying to you.
Oh my god!
But yeah, it's no the M2 though, Mike. You got it. Someday we'll figure it out. You got to fucking shoot it. You will literally get a semi chub. I'm not fucking with you. I'm not saying that.
If you don't, you're gay.
It might be a full blown hard on. It might not even.
Well, probably like because I've been sitting there qualifying on machine guns for fucking months, and then we go out there. They're like, "Here's a 200 rounds. You know, you get 2 cans." And then I threw one around. I fucking lost that goddamn picture. And it pisses me off. I had a full fucking 100-round belt around my. You know, I just threw it on me, and then I had a can next to me. And we went up, and I had the videos and everything of us qualifying on the 50.
Mm-hmm.
Man, the first time I qualified was during the day, and I think I've told Jake this. Oh, the towhead, lovely. And so I was like, it was like a some veteran from whatever doing range safety or whatever. He was a Marine. I said, "Hey, how many targets I need to hit to get expert?" He goes 9.
Mm.
I said, "All right." So I just leaned forward and just use my body weight because like we're on a tripod, so like we're sitting
down.
But I was big enough to be able to like pull my body weight back, charge the fucking thing,
right,
and just be like, "All right, 9 rounds or 9 targets." Okay, and I could see where they were like placed. They were placed from like Jake. What was the starting in Texas at McGregor? I think it was 500. Was the
I think the nearest one was 4. It's either 3 or 5. I can't rember.
I think
it was 3. I thought it was 3.
Whatever it was, I saw that.
Because I was like, I can hit a point target with a 50 cal at 300 yards with iron sights, but I can't hit a point target with my M4 at 300 yards with iron sights.
That's because you suck at shooting, but hey.
Yeah. But that's besides the point.
But anyway, whatever it was, I was like, okay, and they all popped up at the same time, and I was like, oh, it's not like a crazy Ivan like when you do, rifle qual. They're all up at the same time, and I went, all right, and then I was like, I can skip these fucking rounds.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
It's so close, and I just went, like 6, 7 rounds, and they went, all of a sudden, like 7 targets are down.
Nice.
Next iteration, they pop back up, and I just went, another burst, boom, they're all down. And I'm like, is that 9? He's looking through his binoculars. He goes, son of a bitch. All right, just fire what you want. You got it. And I was like, awesome. So I'm just sitting there having fun, like just fucking. And I'm hitting targets at fucking, like Jake said, like 1,000 meters.
1,500 yards is the max target for the M2 qual.
Fun. Like there's mountains behind this range, right? There's
of course,
and shooting the mountains.
Yeah, and I'm just like, just fucking going for it, just having fun. And that was so fucking amazing, just having fun with that gun. It's so powerful. Like the son of a bitch, you've heard them, but like if you shoot them, you can feel the power, but it doesn't really transfer as much as it does like to the sides, like the noise. So you just feel the fucking power. The M2 is probably one of the best small arms ever made.
That's what I usually hear people say. When I remember once when I was on one of the ranges and this was kind of like at twilight, and they had tracer rounds in it. And as they're shooting them, you can see them skipping off the dirt. And then once they hit the targets, you can see like one's like going. Pew, pew,
oh yeah, yeah. They go forever too. Like 1,500 meters, you just arc it up a bit. If you don't adjust your sight, if you're just like doing hasty, like I need to get that down.
Yeah,
you just arc it up a bit. Couple round bursts. Okay, there's the tracers. All right, that's where it's hitting. Fuck you,
Mike. Can I share the invite link with Zeno?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
I remember from the documentary Restrepo, one of the guys in the interview said he said the 50 is the sexiest weapon ever made.
It is.
It is.
It absolutely is. And Zeno's about to come on and tell us how we're all wrong because the 120 millimeter smoothbore is better.
Mm.
How's the sledgehammer doing?
What's that?
Sorry, I shouldn't eat and talk, but like
I've heard what you said, but I heard what you said, but I'm not remembering the reference.
Tankers, like it's a joke. Like they're taught how to repair tracks and everything like that, and they literally just use a sledgehammer to drive the pins in.
Yeah.
So whenever I talk to a tanker, I'm like, yeah. So how was you training the sledgehammer? And they're like, fuck you. So no, Zeno got it last time he was on, but he handled it like a fucking actual tanker pro. He's just like, whatever.
Yeah, he was an actual tanker in a combat zone. They actually use their 120
before.
Yeah, they actually use their 120 on that too.
I'm aware, but like I that's the only shit I can give to a tanker because I'm like, the rest of your job's fucking awesome. Like, I couldn't do it. I mean, like, my fat ass in a fucking tank.
Mike, Zeno is your size. He had to get wavered into armor because he's too tall.
Well, there you go. And here's the thing is I wouldn't want to do it. That's the thing is like, Jesus, like, it's hilarious. But no, tankers are fucking cool. I consider them combat arms, just like people should.
They are.
There's a few MOSs that I consider combat arms, a few MOSs that I consider direct supported combat arms, where I don't call them pogues, and then there's pogues.
So infantry, obviously, armor, artillery, combat engineers, combat medics.
Yeah. Oh, of course. Yeah. Duh.
I'm pretty sure that's going to be the limit of my combat arms list.
So what are the other ones? What are the ones that are not? Do we not talk about that?
So no, we can talk about it definitely.
There's respectable support like supply, like truck drivers, like fuelers,
truckers. I actually 88 mics. I will never
Yep.
fucking talk shit to any 88 mic.
Especially the 88 mics who don't deny that they were 88 mics.
Right. That's the thing is the 88 mics. Pretty much every one that I've met who was in Iraq or Afghanistan or both has at least one Purple Heart. You know, and it's like, okay, I don't call 88 mics pogues. I call them infantry or, you know, combat arms support, which is a good thing. And yeah, so I consider that. Supply, 88 mics. Medics are combat arms, in my opinion. I would class them.
Yes, definitely. Absolutely.
And so I don't think they're support, but so they're combat arms. But so yeah, supply and also cooks. I will not call cooks pogues.
No, because a lot of the times, especially cooks that are with combat arms units, the cooks are right there with the combat arms units.
Correct, and they do their goddamnedest to make sure that combat arms has somewhat food, you know, instead of MREs.
And when they screw, and a lot of the times when they screw up and they know they screwed up, they'll apologize.
They'll make up for it by getting you like steaks or something. They'll order it and they'll make it. Yeah, you know. So okay, cooks, supply.
The AT that you were at basic for, they fucked up hard. There was one meal that when we were up at the mount range, mount range, when we were up at the 25 meter reflex fire range that we were running up on top of the ridge.
Yeah, I know. Yep.
They sent out meals to the battalion. Our battalion cook sent out meals. Nobody fucking ate it. It was just some phosphorescent sausage something or other.
Oh, gross.
It was. Nobody fucking ate it. Hey, Zeno.
Hey, everyone.
And they actually sent out their apologies that same day. And they made up for it.
Like those MOSs are like, well, and I would, well, to an extent, here's the thing. I'm in a gray area with actual like motor T guys, like mechanics, because some of them are absolute cunts.
Yeah.
But some of them are really good. And if you fuck up your vehicle, which, I mean, combat arms never does. You need it repaired quick. They'll be the ones that go, okay, I'm get it done. And then they do a good job. And then like, okay, here you go. So that's a gray area for me. The rest, Zeno, have you been watching the stream?
A little bit, yeah.
Okay. We're just talking about we're talking about combat arms. And we're talking about like the people who I don't call pogues, who are direct support of combat arms. And of course, 19 series is combat arms.
Yeah.
And but like it's
except for the Cav Scouts.
Here's the thing is the infantry guys have a bit of a rivalry with them, but here's the thing is they're combat arms.
Well, they're dyad combat arms.
They're 19 series, but they're the redhead stepkids because we're the real 19 series. Sorry.
And 19 Kilo versus 19 Delta, yeah, of course. But like it's again the Cav Scouts. When you're back in the States, I found they give the most shit. But when you're out there, you know, when you're downrange,
I'd rather have a 19 Delta next to me than an MP.
Oh, notice that we didn't mention MPs as combat arms, and there might be some people who are watching like MPs are 31 series is combat. No, they're fucking not. Fuck MPs for the most part. There's only been like 1% of every MP that I've met who I can tolerate, whether it's there or ex post facto. But like MPs are fucking, oh god.
That's kind of what I've heard from everyone.
Dude, they're the fucking people who had their head down a toilet throughout the entire middle school and high school experience, and then they're like, "I'm gonna join the army, and I'm gonna fuck all those kind of people over by being an MP. So my head's not down a toilet anymore. Theirs just gonna be."
Yeah, it's like a security guard.
Yeah.
Well, active duty, the whole maxim was it's not a party till the MPs show up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that because they were invited, or they're there to bust it up?
They're there to bust it up.
Oh, of course.
Go figure. MPs are being cock blockers.
Yeah.
And how many? Think about this. They would come to your door and be like, "Hey, you guys, keep it down a bit."
No,
What do you
it
want to
wasn't.
drink?
No, it wasn't that. It's they're pounding on doors, and and they're looking to take people in, and you got
No, I
everyone
get that.
from
But I'm
E1
saying
to
if
E5 going, fuck
if
you.
infantry was in charge of military policing, they'd be like, "Hey, keep it the fuck down. All right, you're fucking whatever. Got a complaint?
We don't want to come back out here.
No. Do you want a drink? Yes, I do."
That's
Right.
how it should be.
And then walk away. That's what military policing would be if infantry ran it, unfortunately. And it's
maybe one of the qualifications for becoming an MP is that they have to measure your dick and it has to be smaller than 2 inches.
Dude, my one interaction with MPs, and yes, this one was bad. Yes, I was arrested, and this was by MPs at Fort Carson, and it was by the Puerto Rican National Guard who was at Fort Carson for AT.
Oh my God! Really?
Shit.
I was with
Yes.
some Puerto Rican, I was with Guamanian National Guard. Never mind.
And I was coming into post at Fort Carson, and I didn't have my insurance card on me because we'd done our vehicle services and PMCS and all that, and our checks, and I left my insurance card in our company SNA. And I come back onto post, and I'm like, "Hey, I got everything here." And they pulled me over for a search, and they searched my vehicle, and I didn't have my insurance card on me, and all of a sudden I didn't have it on me, and they arrested me and hauled me into the PMO. And it's like, dude, and this is on Memorial Day weekend, and I just gotten to Fort Carson like a month prior, like not even a month prior, like in late April. It's like, oh shit. So our
Wait a
first
minute. When you moved to Fort Carson, weren't they literally standing up a brand new battalion that you were reporting to?
Yeah, they were standing up a whole new battalion. They were standing up a whole new battalion, the whole bit. Yeah, whole new battalions, all new companies, and I was part of that. And our acting first sergeant was a prior Navy E6. And he's the one who came to bail me out, and he didn't chew my ass. First thing he screamed was, "Quit harassing my fucking soldier! I got his insurance card. He's paid through October. Let him go." Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, and that resulted in the whole SIR and the whole bit. But yes, I was arrested one time, and it was for that because some Puerto Rican MPs wanted to prove themselves, and they made an ass of themselves. Normally, it would be turn you around, send you out, come back on when you have your card. But they wanted to make a name for themselves, and oh, they did. They got kicked off about a week later. Yeah.
Fuck them.
Yeah.
Look, somebody in the. Hold on, I'll chew my food first.
Thank you.
Yeah, we were standing up a unit where basically I got there and it's, hey, you are a de facto platoon sergeant until we can get actual NCOs in. I was an E4 in like an E7 slot.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, that's how fucked up it was. It's more or less, we got to get guys in who have experience and get them into a leadership slot right now until we can get actual E6s and E7s in. We didn't have an actual first sergeant for over a year.
It's a shame they didn't keep on with that attitude.
Well, that's because they actually brought in an actual first sergeant.
Yeah.
Oh,
and we all know how first sergeants are. They're all fucking bipolar.
Oh,
not
God.
all of them.
Yeah.
Everyone.
No, here's how it
goes.
Every first sergeant is cool except for yours. Everyone else's first sergeant is awesome except for yours.
Yeah, it's we got the short end of the stick on that one. But
yeah, the one I had in Iraq wasn't much better.
It's just like when you're in. The worst unit is the unit that you're in, and the best unit was the last unit you were in.
Well, no, I well, maybe, perhaps, but like here's the thing is there's times where we had really good leadership. And it was like everything was working great. And you go, oh, this is awesome. And then all of a sudden, one day, things change. But like, but you do know when you're in a functional unit, it's almost uncomfortable.
Yeah,
you know, it's like
we had that from when I first got to Fort Carson up until we got in at E7, who was about to retire as an acting first sergeant, and he and I did not see eye to eye, and it basically basically this was after my knee surgery, so I was more or less put into the training room as in an NCO billet, but I was an E4 as a specialist, so it's like, okay, whatever, and I was seen as useless. So it's like, okay, he hated me, I hated him, And suddenly his paperwork came through to go to WTU. His paperwork did not hit my desk because all I did was I got the paperwork, saw who was there, and it's like, yep, it's him, took a battalion and had them sign off on it. Here you go. And he was expecting to go to WTU about a month later. Guess what? A few days later, he's gone.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is like,
what's WTU?
Warrior Transition Unit.
Yeah,
it's more or less for those who are getting out, who either those who are ETSing or those who have been wounded, who have been sent back, who are transitioning out.
That's where my buddy was that I told you about, who was in 361 as well. The 4th ID, like in 2009. He got sent back and was in WTU for like 6 months, and they discharged him.
Yeah. I never got to go to WTU. I was fucking Rear D. Fun times for me. Yeah.
Zeno, tell the one about what when you were the training room NCO and you got a guy orders cut to go someplace very dark.
Oh yeah. To back this up.
This is a good one. You're gonna love this.
To back this up a bit, we have to start at the beginning. This was in Iraq in about I want to say October, November, late October, early November of 2006. And they had a wish
right before you guys came home.
Yeah, before he came home. Of okay, do you want to go to Fort Carson? And everyone's like, oh, there's no chance we're going. There's no chance we're going. There's no chance. And I'm like, fuck yeah, I'll put in for Fort Carson. What's the worst going to say? No. Well, orders come down after we come back home. This was in like late February. That hey, guess what? You're going to Fort Carson. Okay, cool. So I get there. Okay, and a few months later, one of the Joes that I was with in Iraq, who had been promoted to sergeant in Iraq, and he started going a power trip. It's like, okay, I'll never see that again.
Oh yeah,
to him. And he all of a sudden wound up on our unit, and it's like, oh, this is gonna go good. And you couldn't tell where his ass and you couldn't tell where his nose and the CO's ass ended. And he got promoted to E6. Now I'm the training room NCO. Okay, let me clarify. I'm in an NCO billet, but I'm an E4 specialist. But you do not screw with the training room NCO because they can make your life hell or they can send you places you don't want to go. So I put him in for airborne. Well, no, because he's a tanker. Okay, I put him in for air assault. No, because he's a tanker. I couldn't put him in for Korea because he's been to Korea. Well, I tried to put him in for Italy. Well, there's no armor units in Italy. Okay, I tried to put him in for Alaska. Well, they're not accepting any 19 kilos that aren't striker qualified. Okay, where can I send him? Germany.
Oh, fuck yeah.
I put him in I put in PCS to Germany, and I got signed off by the CO and battalion, and guess what? You're going to Germany. You and your family are relocating in 2 weeks to Germany. And I had everyone in my unit going, if you can get rid of this guy, we will buy you a beer. I did not have to buy beer for about a month. Do not screw with a training room NCO. They can make you disappear.
Oh yeah, and
you're going to Germany. What was his reaction?
Yep.
What was his reaction?
His reaction was, I don't want to go. I was ready here. I wanted to make E7.
Why would you not want to go be stationed in Germany?
He wanted to deploy with the unit that we were with, but I kind of saved his ass because I talked to a couple of guys who I was with in that unit after I got out. And they're like, dude, this deployment's bullshit. We built barracks for the IA, and they tore shit apart. They're shitting the corners. So I think I might have saved him a bit. But I got him out of the unit. I got him sent to Germany, and I don't know what happened to him after that. But it's like, hey,
not your problem anymore.
But it's like, hey, if you're going, if you were awesome before you made NCO and you went on a power trip, and suddenly you're up the CO's ass, and it's like, you know what? You want to do that, and I tried to get rid of you any way I could. I tried to put you in for schools. I tried to put you in for different PCSs, and I finally got you Oconus. And now you want to bitch? Okay. Yeah.
Well, there's people like that. It's never going to be good enough.
No.
It's just never. They're never happy. They're just miserable sacks of shit, and they make everybody else's lives miserable sacks of shit as well.
Exactly.
That's how our first sergeant was. If you haven't noticed from what Jake has told you and what I've told you.
it's kind of like our first sergeant. He was diagnosed bipolar, where he'd be happy one minute, and the next minute he'd be jumping down your ass and smoking you. Oh yeah,
Yeah,
That
it was
sounds
just
like ours.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
Well, he was also. Here's the thing: is our first sergeant was really dumb, but thought he was really smart and gifted because he had made first sergeant. And it's like, oh yeah, okay, yep.
Yeah, we can get to this. We can get to the picture later.
Okay, I thought
but-
someone was
okay,
going wrong. I'm like, what the hell?
Just
But,
getting
okay,
queued
go
up.
ahead. We're good. But no, like I said, it's weird because every time when I was deployed, and even stateside, going to deal with other first sergeants, it was awesome.
Yeah.
But dealing with your own first sergeant, it's like you don't want to go talk to him, but everyone else's first sergeant is cool. They're awesome, great, cool, wonderful.
For the most part, MP first sergeants suck. By the way,
No.
they're awful.
They're MP anything sucks.
I know.
I'll tell you a funny story, Zeno. Of, I think I had been like we've been there for a couple weeks, but like there was a transition period where we literally were sequestered in our barracks. Yes, we had barracks. I'll never bitch about the living quarters ever in Iraq. Like they were new. We got those, but we were sequestered in them for 2 weeks because unless you had this certain badge, you could not walk around the fob because it was a secure fob. You had to get a security
New barracks in Iraq. Say it ain't so. We had the tents that caught fire.
No, we also I lived in tents as well, but like when we got to Iraq, they were like, "These are your living quarters," and we're like, "Holy fuck, really? This is awesome!" They had just been built. I think we were the second or third rotation or group that lived in them, and I was like, "This is awesome." So again, I will never bitch about the living quarters that I had in Iraq ever. Jake's seen them. I will never bitch about them.
I never got to go inside. I only got to see the
You
outside.
just fucking asked.
We were never there long enough.
Yeah, you were fucking people. I was just gonna name names, but like other people came in and they had like sit downs. We had like monster parties, like drinking monster in rooms and everything.
Well, you had monsters. We just had.
Well, we had Rip-Its, but you could buy monsters, and we would buy them by the case when they had them. When they had them, I know
I wasn't friendly with any enough in your platoon.
This is 2009, so this is like 3 years after you were there.
Well,
oh shit!
Yeah.
You should. Oh yeah. So you got to remember that, but like it was also monsters were not issued or given. We had Rip-Its, of course.
Yeah,
but
you can still get them at Dollar Tree.
I can't drink those fuckers anymore. Sorry.
Dude, I can't drink caffeine anymore. I'd burn my body out over there because anyway, we'll get into that. But like, so what the hell? Where was it going with this? It was talking about
something to do with MPs.
Yeah, and I was like, okay, so we're. God damn it! I lost my fucking train of thought.
Well, you're in the barracks and sequestered for 2 weeks.
Oh yeah, okay, that's what it was. So we were sequestered in there. We played D&D the whole 2 weeks. It was fucking awesome. And then once we get out, we got our little badges and our security clearances and shit. We could walk around freely because we had to have 1 or 2 guys go get our chow and everything. That's how like we literally could not leave a certain area. And then once that happened, we went to work, quote unquote. So we're there, and it's maybe, I don't know, day 2 or 3. And I'm walking down, Jake knows this place, the Sally Port, the personnel Sally Port, one way to get into the actual prison itself, the TIFF, we called it. And I'm walking, and there's okay, Zeno, answer me this.
Okay.
There is a major and a captain walking in front of an E8 Master Sergeant and an E7.
Okay.
We're walking, it's very close quarters, not that big of an area. So what would you do in that situation?
Well, what are you doing in this situation?
Okay, it was like the MPs wanted to be like Garrison, so it's a salute zone. We'll just put it that way. So what would you do?
Oh, I can see where this is going.
Oh, you can.
I can see where this is going. Trying to play the whole basically cantonment while deployed.
Oh yeah, that was my fucking experience. So yeah.
That was Iraq in 2009.
Yep.
That's not going to end well.
What do you think I did?
You did exactly as he told you to, and they chewed your ass out.
Who chewed my ass out?
Probably the bars and oak leaves.
No. I rented the salute to the highest rank that was in this little like 4-guy formation that we're walking, right? They were about 2 feet away from each other, right? You know, front to back, and like pretty much shoulder to shoulder. I rented a salute. I said I saluted the highest ranking person in this group that I could see.
Yeah.
I said, you know, good afternoon, sir, or whatever the fuck time of day it was. Good afternoon, sir. He renders the salute again. The captain does as well. I'm walking by, and all of a sudden I hear, "Come here, warrior."
Oh, they're pulling that crap. Trying to pull "Come here, warrior." Like,
Oh,
warrior?
yeah.
What the fuck are you?
Now he's kind of getting it, Jake. And it's so he goes, "Come here, warrior." So I turn around.
The shit you went through at 09 would have gotten us. How do I put it to you this way? It would have been considered what we did in 06 would have been considered war crimes in 09. And if you saluted somebody, you would have gotten your ass reamed up and down, if not decked.
Well, that's what we fucking said. I'll finish the story and then I'll tell you our mentality when we got there versus what it actually ended up being. And so he goes, "Come here, warrior." He goes, "Why not getting any love?" And I'm sitting at parade rest, you know, because we're in cantonment at this point in Iraq. And I'm standing at parade rest. I said,
fuck.
I don't understand, Sergeant. And he goes, "Sergeant, you see this rank?" And I'm like, "I do, Sergeant." And he goes, "I'm a master sergeant."
You're an E8 with no diamond. You're a sergeant.
Correct.
Sorry.
And but he made a big deal out of it, right? And I'm sitting there like,
what is this, the Corps?
Yeah, well, it's worse than that because he's like, you will refer to me as master sergeant. Have you ever read AR? What the fuck was the AR? It's whatever. It's been long. And I was like, Roger, Sergeant, Master Sergeant. You know, I've read that. I don't understand why I'm being led. He goes, "Why did I get any love? You first up to salute the officers and everything." And I said, "Correct, Roger." Like, yes, they were right in front of you. He goes, "Why are you talking back to me now?" And I was like, and I realized at that point, I'm like, there's no winning this.
Right.
Like, this is like being back in basic. Like, there's no winning this. And I'm like, okay, how the fuck do I get out of this? And I was like, "I apologize, Master Sergeant. I won't let it happen again. I apologize. I'm sincerely super whatever." And then he's like, "Okay, just want to understand, you know, why I didn't get any love, you know, as a Master Sergeant." I'm like, in my head, I'm like,
"Because you're love. I can respect the rank, not the person."
Well, and okay, how many Master Sergeants did you call by their rank?
None.
Like, you call them Sergeant.
If you were E5 up to E8 and no diamond, you were sergeant.
Correct.
You were sergeant major if you had the star or the star and the wing,
and the wreath, or a first sergeant. Like, yeah, first sergeant, understood. You're a sergeant until those little things pop up in the middle of your rank. That's what I was always taught.
Yeah,
at Fort Benning School for Boys, you know, and then in my unit, like
we had that at Fort Knox too. E5,
yeah,
E4. E5 through E8 with no diamond,
sergeant.
Call him sergeant, you're fine.
That's it. Like, that's what the actual regulation says. But all the MP master sergeants required us. They would fucking jump our shit if we didn't call him master sergeant. I'm like, you're a sergeant. Like, that's it. Like, that's what the regs say. And it's like, fucking, they just pounded us. Again, it's the people, like, it's
I would not have survived Iraq in 09 having been there in 06 because
that's what my dad said about, because he was there in 04 and 05 and he couldn't deploy. That's why I joined the National Guard in the first place. He said, "I'm really glad I didn't go with you. I wasn't able to go with you because I would have been in fucking Leavenworth." And I'm like, yeah, I just didn't want to go to Leavenworth and I just wanted to get home as soon as possible. But it had changed so goddamn much so quick and it was all political. And that's and I always bitch about it, but like that's one of the interactions that I've had with MPs, and that's why it's like, holy fuck, really? Like that? I didn't do anything. I literally did everything by the book, but their egos and their fucking insecurities, they just fucking hated.
Yeah, let's talk about their egos for a second. So one of the first times my platoon, it was me and it was my squad and it was Hendo's squad. Went on to Cropper. I don't remember what we were doing there, whether we were picking up, dropping off, or PSD or whatever.
Yeah, some shit.
I think it was a PSD because everybody was outside the TIFF.
Well, you guys did a lot of PSD, yeah. So
PSD in 06 was a coveted mission.
And
in 09 it was just super common, but yeah.
Shit. Especially when dealing with Cropper, because it was always fucking brass and in and out of Cropper.
And HVTs as well as brass. Yeah, just fucking Anyway, go ahead, Jake. I'm still listening.
The sergeant major of the MP unit that Mike was with, the asshole. Yeah, that fuck stain pulled my entire fucking patrol group aside. We're talking 2 super squads. We had 3 fire teams per squad, and we had 2 of these squads. So we had the equivalent of 3 squads worth of infantrymen from E6 with combat patches and CIBs down to fresh E2s and E3s. Pulls us all aside. We're standing over by this gazebo, and he fucking starts dressing us down, up one side and down the other, lecturing us about how MPs are better than infantry and this and that and blah 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 blah. And he's like, "You want to know why you want to know why MPs get deployed more often than infantry?"
Because you're fucking stupid.
I'm not even shitting. This is actually what he has. He's like, MPs get deployed three times as often as infantry. You want to know why? Take a guess. And I said, I raised my hand because it was one of those situations where if somebody didn't fucking answer, he was just gonna make us sit there until somebody fucking answered. Mm-hmm. So I took it for the team and raised my hand. Yeah, specialist, you. And I said, because there's not as many of you as there are of us. Well, it makes sense, right? I mean, if there's 3 times as many infantrymen than there are MPs, then the MPs are going to get deployed 3 times as often as an infantryman. Like, it's logical. And he's like, no, it's because we wear our uniforms properly. We're professionals.
No combat unit has ever passed inspection.
It's like, what?
Because
you wear your uniforms properly, you get selected to get deployed more often? I don't think so, Bucko. Yeah.
You know what our uniform was out in sector, especially in like from April until October? It was
whatever you happened to throw on the moment that you got yelled at to get onto the tanks.
Pretty much that, and either the IBAS and ACU top and PT bottom, or just the Nomex and just the Nomex or ACU, and that's it. I mean, it was whatever the hell ever. I mean, I've got stories where it's like, oh boy. Well, pretty much. They tried to implement rules of engagement when we were over there. Okay, fine. And you need permission of your platoon sergeant to fire a main gun round. Well, okay, whatever. Well, I was on the PSG's tank, Red 4. Okay, well, we got Haji. Sorry, it'll probably get you demonetized because it's a racist term. That's what they are.
It's not monetized. Don't worry about it. Say what you want.
And we're also an hour and 20 minutes in, so the censors aren't watching anymore.
But anyway, okay, so you needed platoon sergeant or higher permission to fire a main gun round. Now, think about this for a minute. I'm on the platoon sergeant's tank, and my platoon sergeant had given everyone blanket permission. If you need to fire a main gun round, go ahead and do it. Don't ask me, because if we get hit and you're trying to ask me,
there you go. There you go.
So right? Okay, so basically, I'm in the loader's hatch one day, backing up 101st, and backing up 101st Airborne, 2502, Alpha 2502, and there's a Haji shooting at us and Alpha 2502 from a 2-story building, and I'm on the radio with Iron Horse 6, Brigade Command of 4ID. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. There we go. But anyway, Okay, so I'm on the radio with them, and we're getting shot at, and we're getting RPGs from a two-story window, and it's like, hey, Iron Horse 6, this is Chaos Red 4. We need to be able to fire a main gun round, and we need permission to do so. And they're like, continue to observe. I'm like, listen to this shit, and I hold the mic up outside the loader's hatch, and you hear shit going off, and I'm like, do you hear this? And they're like, Roger that, continue to observe. And my TC's like, well, what did they say? And I'm like, load heat. And he's like, okay.
Fuck, yeah.
When I'm sitting there on the lower hatch, pook up, boom, 2-story into a flat.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, heat rounds on a building in Iraq.
None of us
That's
caught
fun.
shit because 2502 took the heat round for us on that one. They're like, hey, we were taking rounds. They did their job, and he told the brigade commander to go fuck himself, basically.
Yeah.
That's fine. Okay, just okay.
Dude, if infantry is taking heat and you've
about
got tanks
like,
there,
hey, we did our damn job.
yeah.
In 09, that would have gotten us court-martialed.
No, in 09, yeah, you'd have been at Leavenworth. That's the thing.
We weren't even allowed to have 40mm grenades in 09.
Or
Yeah,
the
that's
50 cal was
yeah,
even under contention of like
Yeah,
causing too much damage.
Dude,
penetrates.
Dude, we turned 2 stories into flats commonly.
Well, no, that's the thing is you're taking fire from a building. Sorry, it's a fucking war. It's not glamorous. You have a fucking job to do.
But we gotta win their hearts and minds.
Yeah, well, that's what we were at. Is like
As my TC said, 2 in the chest, 1 in the head. That's winning their hearts and minds. Yeah, or a warning shot. I shoot the first one to warn the other one.
well, that's the thing too. Is like when infantry is like fucked. There's a reason we have tanks. We've always had tanks since like the 1920 or 20s, basically.
Yeah,
There's a reason 101st called on us and 10th Mountain called on us to save their asses.
Yeah, and their tanks are there for a reason. And then if they go, hey, we need direct artillery support. We don't need indirect. We need direct because you guys are there, and you guys do it. That's a war. That's what it entails. I mean, it's just part of it. If you don't want to have a war, if you don't want to deal with the consequences, don't send people there.
I mean, you mentioned the recoil from a 240 and a Mark 19 earlier. Here's kind of the basic synopsis of a M256A1, which is a Rheinmetall L77 under license. It is a German tank gun under license for the U.S. military. M256A1. Okay.
Isn't it slightly shorter than the actual Rheinmetall one? Isn't it like 5 caliber shorter?
No, it is a pure 120. It is a 1-for-1. Now, here's the thing. The gun itself does not have recoil. The breech does. The breech itself goes back 13 inches.
So the breech is what absorbs every bit of the charge.
Yes.
Okay.
Now, 13 inches doesn't seem like a whole lot.
Oh no, in a fucking.
But inside the turret, you got 15 inches of clearance between the breech and the back of the turret. You got 2 inches.
Yep.
And if you're in the way, it's taking you with it.
Yeah, you're fucked.
Is that between the back wall of the turret or the turret ring?
That's between the back wall of the turret. Because you can reach full elevation and fire and still have 2 inches of clearance, or be at full depression and still have 2 inches of clearance. But it's one of those things where you can fire training grounds and gunnery all you want, and it's okay, fine. But you get service rounds, and it's a whole other matter. They're a whole lot more powerful. And you fire a heat round, it's like holy shit. And I mean, okay, I mean you got the whine of the turbine going on, and you're basically listening to everybody else when they're chatting with TC and all that, and the driver, and you're the loader, and it's like, okay, you hear, you hear, man, building 200, load heat. Okay, so there you are, and you're listening to the loader, and you're having to hit the loader's knee switch. You hit that, and all of a sudden you hear that, and you hear the huge door open. It's a pneumatically operated door, and it's basically the door to open up the ammo rack. So okay, and you got that, and the breech is down. So all of a sudden you look, and your rounds are marked either S or H or MP, multi-purpose, sable, or heat. So you grab a heat. So you look at the one that says H in the middle. You hit a little toggle on the bottom of one of the round cans, because there's a bunch of cylinders. There's like 30 cylinders in the ammo rack, and then 6 under the TCs.
Yep.
36 rounds. So you're trying to load from the middle and go out. So you find the one that says H in the middle, and you hit the toggle, and the round pops out a little bit. You grab that, and it pops out from the rear. You try and flip it around and try and do it so that the middle of the round loads into the breech of sorts. You try and grab that and shove that hard into the breech, and then load the safe switch to the up position, and then basically get back as fast as you can and yell up, and that's the gunner's signal that, hey, you're clear. And when you do, your world all of a sudden, how do I put it? You have a massive blast, a huge amount of overpressure, and the tank actually the front of it lifts up off the ground when it fires with the service round. It's like, holy shit. Do not be up out of the turret when they fire, because you won't have any hearing. You'll have a concussion afterwards. It's like, holy shit.
Mike, pull up the picture that I'm sharing.
Okay. Yeah, let's go see some pictures for a bit.
Yeah,
Oh, this one's topic.
Yeah.
You want to do Jake first, then me?
Yeah, that's the ammo rack. Yeah.
Yep. And I think these are the toggles, right? Oh, you can't see my mouse.
I've seen videos of like Leopard 2A1s and everything, like Abrams tanks also like doing their whole process inside, even though there's a lot of redacted shit. And it's like it's so cramped in there, and there's so much that has to be done, like what you're just saying.
And you got 7 seconds to do it.
Yep. And
Zeno's 6'4" and can't stand inside the turret.
Yeah.
Fuck that. Like I'm 6'3", I was 6'4", but like and I there's no way I would want to be a tanker, because every fucking armored vehicle I've ever been in is just cramped, even including a Humvee, right?
They're made for guys who are 5'6".
What?
They're made for guys who are 5'6".
Correct. 5'6" and 125 pounds. Yep.
Yeah. Not 6'4" and 220.
Correct. And yeah, I'm 6'3", and when I was in Iraq, I was 220. But yeah, and I was also 6'4" then. But all right, so we'll go with Jake's picture first. We're gonna do some picture review shit for a bit.
Sure.
This is
Mike's
really
gonna Mike's seen a lot of these already. I think you've seen all of these already, but
and then
you're gonna like the ones that I've got pulled up.
Yeah, and then we'll go to Mike's Mike A. It's fucking It's always Mike A, Mike B. So Mike A's got some really cool pictures about a cool topic.
Mm-hmm.
So all right, we'll add this. Can you zoom in a little bit, Jake? There you go.
So it looks like French to me. World War I, maybe. Folded up bicycles.
I'm drawing a fucking blank right now.
I have no details on these pictures that I have pulled.
They look like Adrian helmets, right?
Yeah, they are, but like there's a bunch of countries that use them.
Mm-hmm.
They're wearing puttees with boots. What? Can we see any of the fucking guns?
There's a dog right there.
Oh yeah, that makes everything more clear. Yeah, it's this and this, because like the only countries that had dogs were,
all of them.
So they do look French, okay? Because Jake, can you zoom in a little bit on the rifle on the left, on the guy on the left that's kind of facing? That's definitely it's either a Gras or a Lebel.
Mm.
Just with the bolt, or it could be no, it's not a Berthier. It's a Gras or a Lebel. Yeah, it does look like World War I, and like the collapsible bikes that they had.
Yeah, bike unit.
Yeah, and I mean, they weigh like 50 fucking something odd pounds.
Yeah, that looks like fun carrying that.
Yeah, but then you get to ride it.
Right, that's the thing. Like, do I have to carry this fucking thing? Can I just
No,
ride
they
it?
just try to line up in like for accountability formation or some shit like that.
Right.
And then they're about to ride, but like that because it looks like khakis they're wearing, so that might be World War II.
Okay.
French.
Early World War II.
I'm trying to look at the helmets. Like, I mean, I had to get like, tiny details to be able to tell what helmets they're wearing, because like the World War I, the M15 is different than the M26, blah blah blah, all that shit. But French units were equipped with Lebel rifles through the 50s, so that doesn't help either. They're wearing like, it looks like khaki tops though, like light khaki.
Yeah.
But the buildings and everything look European, so I don't think they're in like the Foreign Legion in Africa or some shit like that.
No, definitely not. This is definitely France.
Yeah, it's definitely Europe and Central Europe, and so, damn it. I don't know. I really don't know. And
That's
Jake,
cool,
he's on the phone. But yeah, I don't know. Somebody that like some autistic nerd, like me, that would be able to identify the bikes and the models and the year and everything like that. That'd be a lot easier. But
yeah, I have no idea when it comes to that.
I would just say pre-World War II or right at the outbreak of World War II, French bicycle infantry.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like there might be a date here on the edge.
No, those numbers always tended to be the number that was printed.
Yeah.
Okay, so more like a file number.
Yeah, because you see those on old
Yep.
photographs. Like it's like random numbers. It doesn't mean anything.
Yeah. So I have no idea.
Oh,
It's interesting as fuck.
Sorry
that's
about
all
that. That was a VA appointment confirmation call.
Mm.
Yeah, those you can't turn down.
You're not a real veteran then, Jake. If you're taking phone calls from the VA, you're not a real veteran then.
Oh,
Let me tell you something about when I qualified as an expert marksman as governor of Minnesota. And that's what gives me the authority.
Using a Carcano.
Wait a minute. Yeah, I'm talking here. Excuse me. But no, that's all I got about this picture. I really couldn't tell you anything more because it's like not high res.
Yeah,
I can't see like minute details. But
get a TIFF copy of it, Jake.
Yeah. I literally found these scrolling through Facebook a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah.
Oh, I got a few photos I'd like to share with you guys, but I'm not sure how I can.
So if you're on StreamYard, what you do is you open up the picture, okay, and you go to present, and then you find the window that you're sharing the picture on.
You see present in the bottom center of StreamYards? It's a screen with a plus in the middle.
Yeah, once you get it, it's super easy.
Here, I'll do a boomer screenshot and send it to your phone.
All right. And in the meantime, Mike, I'm gonna put his shit on.
Yeah, this is a lot of stuff to go through.
Yeah. Can you zoom in a bit?
Yeah, 1 second.
Yep.
So,
yeah. Can
you see it okay?
Yeah, zoom out a bit.
That looks like a blown up U-boat pen.
This is so these are, I haven't gone through and organized them yet, but these are a series of Point de Hoc photos. Photos of the German battery on Point de Hoc, Normandy, during World War II, that was assaulted by the 2nd Rangers on D-Day. So this is one of the L409A shelters that was just obliterated by some of the bombing that occurred on Point de Hoc.
I was going to say Navy battery, but yeah, bombing makes sense. Yeah,
the bombing actually, like if you look at Point de Hoc, like I haven't really gone through some of these, so this is going to be kind of new for me too. But yeah, that's one of those German shelters, and you can tell it's late war because they're using the breeze block technique rather than poured concrete. So kind of interesting.
It's kind of a prefab thing.
Yeah. And then this is a number of the Rangers on point to hawk. I've seen this. You've probably seen this photo before, but it's kind of a famous photo.
I actually haven't.
You never seen this one?
I don't think so. No.
There's a lot of really interesting things in it. So you have second Rangers all sitting around, but then you have right over here one of the only two paratroopers that fought at Point to Hawk. See the 101st Airborne patch right there?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. There we go. Yep.
That's a
506.
Is that the spade on his helmet?
Yeah, it's a 506. Yep.
That's Leonard Goodall. He was one of two paratroopers that they completely missed their area. They landed down in the water and made their way to Point to Hawk on D-Day.
Holy shit!
How do you know that's how do you know that's him and not the other guy?
Because when I've looked it up, this is the other guy is not in this photo. It's
okay.
It's been labeled as this guy right here.
Yeah, you mentioned spades in the helmets. 2502 Alpha 2502 had hearts in their helmets.
Yep, they still do that. Fourth ID does that. Third ID does that. A lot of units still will sew patches onto their helmet covers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the unit I was with, 122, we had the rag tops where we could actually do the burlap straps that were frayed out. They were called rag tops, and that was back from like World War II. We were the only unit in 4ID that was allowed to do that.
Yep, I mean, there's a lot of traditions that come down, and like one of them is again helmet cover.
Yeah,
insignia or helmet insignia in general. So
that pissed everybody off. What the fuck is on your helmet? I'm 122. Oh,
yeah. Do you know my fucking unit's SOP? Then shut the fuck up. So
unfortunately, my unit has a reputation that how do I say it? When you say it sends the shudders down the spines of 4ID.
Yeah, well, it is what it is. So this
maybe we should have petitioned the 32nd to let us wear the Hardy hat.
Yeah. Probably should have. No shit. So let's go. Okay. I'm gonna try to stay on track here with my ADHD brain. So he's got a 506 spade on there, and he's got jump boots on. Yeah.
He's got Corcoran boots on.
Yep. He's got jump boots, and so he was a paratrooper that completely missed the drop. Like they just probably dropped him way off point. Yep. Yeah, the 101st. Yeah, it's that's funny that they censored the one to the left, but they forgot to censor out the 101st.
That's they didn't catch that when they caught the second Rangers diamond though right here. Yeah. Yeah,
I mean, but it's like the censors are retarded. Like
they are because you can see the second Ranger one right here.
Oh, of course, yeah, the edge of it. Yeah, of course.
Yeah. This guy, though, look, he still has his gas brassard on his shoulder.
This is probably maybe a couple hours after the shit quieted down.
It's a couple days. See, if you look up here, it's June 12th.
So he's still got 12 June. Well, here's the thing: is that's when the film got developed.
That's true. Yeah, you never know. This could be.
Yeah. I mean, this is probably like a few hours after the shit kind of started quieting down.
This could have just been at a security halt.
This right here is on the edge of Point to Hawk.
That guy right in the middle, Mike, if you want to zoom in, he's still got his fucking bag, his gas mask bag, in the ready position.
His M7,
This is a couple hours after this is a couple hours after it fucking quieted down a bit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's what it is. And the guy's got the fucking 2 3/4 inch fucking netting. Love that.
Oh, yeah. And
these guys have like the actual like.
Well, and then also one thing that's really interesting is that because a lot of the vehicles that these guys, a lot of the DUKWs that they came over on had Vickers machine guns on them. You can see a pile of Pan magazine from Vickers machine guns over here.
Just throwing them off because it's like, fuck this.
Yeah. Right, yeah.
Mike, look at those two guys in the middle, the one with the gas mask.
Yep.
Right here.
They're not wearing nets on their helmet covers, on their helmets. They're wearing
those are what they call shrimp nets. They're like very fine.
Yeah, really fine.
Then there's 4 different types of helmet nets in that picture.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's not uncommon at all.
See, there's the guy the guy, the 101st guy.
Yep.
There's the guy with the big 2 1/4 inch net or whatever it was.
Yep.
There's the guys with the shrimp nets, and then farther off to the left, there's guys with smaller nets that aren't the shrimp nets.
Correct. There were exactly. And so The U.S. used
We'll see you tomorrow, bud.
probably about, I don't know, 10 different
Work on
kinds
my-
of nets.
Yep.
If I were to estimate, regularly, that weren't like, handmade or whatever. They were issued nets constantly. And again, in this picture, if you want to zoom out a little bit, Mike, not everybody wore one. If it might have been required, but like you see these guys that just got slick helmets, right?
Yep.
And some guys have nets, some guys don't. And that's what you see consistently.
Was it a
Even on
personal
D-Day.
preference or was it a unit SOP?
Both. So a lot of units, I wish fucking Nate could come on here and talk about this, but there were units that mandated it, but there were people that just said, I don't care about this. Right. And I'm not going to do it, like a personal thing for whatever reason. Like, another piece of fucking gear that I have to deal with. I don't like it. It just gets in the way, gets caught on shit. Who knows? But like, yeah, this is a great picture. And that's a good thing you brought that up, is because you see so many fucking nets on helmet for every side, by the way.
Yep.
Because like the Germans, they had nets that were issued, but they also said, fuck these. They get caught on shit. We're going to wear chicken wire, or we're just going to use a wire like around to like stuff shit in for camouflage. And some guys did it, some guys didn't. And yeah, SOP does not matter in a combat zone as much, as we all know.
Yeah.
Are you guys shaving and following AR 670-1 every day? Sure, why not?
Yeah, we're good.
Sure.
Yep. But you know what I'm saying is like it's I love actual like combat photos, because you see how fucking jacked up, and not just on the American side. The Americans are probably the most egregious for violating like regulations and shit. But every fucking military in the world, when they're in a combat zone, that shit goes out the fucking window. It does not matter.
Yeah.
Who gives a fuck? If it works, it works. If you can perform your job and whatever, who gives a fuck? But yeah, that is a great picture with the 101st guy. He's cool, just sitting there. He's eating a snack or whatever.
Yeah.
With the Rangers, just.
Well, there's another really cool element about this photo is look at this guy right down here.
Oh, he's Brit or he's Canadian? No, he's British.
He's British, British commando.
Yeah, he's a fuck. Oh my god, I didn't even notice that. Yeah. Yep. Oh yeah, he's got the fucking He's a British. So this is a fucking casualty collection point, I would assume.
Ooh,
yeah.
Yeah, I know about them.
Yeah. Well, they've always existed, unfortunately. But like, so this is a CCP.
No, I've run those. They're barely contained chaos. Yeah.
Exactly. And so that's what this picture is kind of portraying, is that you got a bunch of different dudes that are probably wounded. Like they may have superficial wounds.
Yeah.
But they're still wounded or whatever the fuck, or they're just hanging out at this point.
They're triage green.
What?
They're triage green. They're walking wounded, but they're still in the fight.
Yeah, they're still in the fight, but like they're just taking a fucking beat. They're trying to get some food and get some water and just all right, let's take a fucking rest for a second, and then next pick, Mike.
Okay.
More or less you're hit, but you can help us out.
Oh yeah.
This is one of the decoy guns that was up there in one of the kettle pits. It's just a bunch of
Point to Hawk.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
Just a bunch of lumber.
Yep.
Next and really trying.
So that's the fire control observatory that's up there. It's still there today, actually. And kind of interesting. You can see the camouflage that they tried to implement on the front of it.
Yeah, break up the silhouette. Yeah, that's all you need to do. It really is. That's the biggest part of camouflage.
Yep.
Is
breaking
up.
Believable.
What? Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is like,
believable. Yeah.
Yep. It's like break up the silhouette. That's the first part of camouflage, in my opinion. Is just break up the silhouette to not look completely smooth and rounded off and whatever. You break up the silhouette, you have an advantage already, and then you can add to it however you want.
Mm-hmm.
But so it's an observation. It's an FDC basically.
Yeah, for the actual battery itself up there. So this is where the observers would be in here. That's still there today. You can go inside it.
Yeah, cool.
That's one of the cases. The funny thing about Point to Hawk too is that the guns themselves were never they never got to the point where they could actually install them in these casemates. So the casemates up here, they were always empty. There was never a time when they actually had guns inside them. So it's one of the damaged ones. There's another one.
How many of the guns on Normandy did they take from? Fuck! I just had a brain fart.
Shit, but yeah.
Yeah, that too. Anyway, continue. I'll think of it.
Okay.
Yeah.
The Maginot Line.
Oh,
a lot.
A lot. Yes, a lot.
A lot.
Yeah. You see tons of French stuff along the Atlantic Wall.
Polish stuff.
The two guns that were at, I mean, not the four big guns that were at Pointe du Hoc, those were French World War I guns. So, yeah.
That they salvaged from Maginot?
Yeah, or I don't know about Maginot exactly, but they were French.
Yep.
The text says this is a 37 millimeter anti-tank gun. I have no idea.
Anti-aircraft.
Anti-aircraft, excuse me. That's what I meant to say. I don't know. I have no idea what kind of gun that is.
Neither do I.
Yeah.
No idea.
So this is the photographer's notes here on where certain things where he was taking photos of.
Zoom in on the actual point itself.
The aerial of it right here. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's a Pointe du Hoc. It's very small. Like people think it's like this huge fucking area. No.
It's small.
Very small. And the Rangers were tasked to like take this point. It's a high ground. And they thought, did they not? Okay. From my understanding, they thought that in Pointe du Hoc, like the Germans would have guns and they would just like fucking aim them at ships and whatever because it's the high ground. But they didn't have guns. And when they got up there.
Well, the interesting thing is that in May and April, Pointe du Hoc was bombed repeatedly. You see all these craters.
Yep.
This is actually not from D-Day. This is from before that. This is from like April and May. And
so it was getting fucking destroyed.
Like, insanely bombed.
Can you pull up that AA gun again?
Sure. And because of that, the Germans moved the guns inland so they couldn't get damaged. So that's why when the Rangers actually, they did expect the guns to be up there when they got up there. That makes
sense.
Yeah, but they weren't because the Germans were like, we need to move these away because they're bombing the hell out of this place.
That is a 3.7 centimeter flak 36-37 German.
Okay.
And an aircraft gun. Yep.
Interesting.
Made by Rheinmetall, produced from 36 to 45. They built 20,000 of them.
See, I should know this, but I'm still.
It's basically the same type of gun that they mounted on the Ju-87G Kanonenvogel.
Interesting. Okay.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah.
Another thing.
I'll share the wiki article in private chat.
Yep.
Please do. Another thing you notice too is that Pointe du Hoc, actually, the Americans they got the name wrong and referred to it as Pointe du Hoc. So actually during that time they would always call it Pointe du Hoc. It wasn't until afterwards that they found the actual name. They knew the actual name of it. So all documents and all maps and everything listed as Pointe du Hoc.
Well, typical.
Right.
Well, it's like the Americans during World War I saying messy buckets instead of Merced Baku. So yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
This photo's a bit overexposed, but it's one of the kettle pits where those guns were meant to be, and that's one of the destroyed camouflage umbrella that's kind of sitting in there. And that's one of those shelters with a 37 millimeter on top of it.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
Yep, you'll see them a lot of the times with a flash hider on the muzzle, but these ones
someone took it off of there probably as a souvenir.
They didn't give a fuck about Normandy. That's the thing, is they were like, whatever we can throw there.
Yep.
It's the cheapest, whatever we can.
Any ordnance we can find, we'll throw it there.
Yep, exactly.
Is that another one of those fake guns in the foreground?
Another one of those decoy guns. Yeah,
it's just lumber. Yeah.
That's
all it is. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just logs. That's it.
Yeah.
You can see some remnants of the net that they would have had over it.
Yeah, and then the Americans are doing the same shit.
Oh yeah.
In England, absolutely. And it's oh my god.
Well, what is the first rule in Sun Tzu's Art of War? All of warfare is deception.
Correct. It is.
That's
really is. So
tons of that.
What's this now?
Who's better at deception?
I haven't been able to study this. The person who sent this to me, the title said just point to hawk number 5. So I'm guessing this was something down on the beach, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, it's definitely down on the beach, but like,
right?
What the fuck is?
I don't
It's
know.
lumber.
It's like some old
It's lumber with a C channel, with a piece of C channel steel across the top of it. So probably a retaining wall for a pathway.
Okay.
Huh.
Oh, this is the information that observation post, rangefinder position. Let me flip this around here. So that's the photo, but it doesn't have it numbered. So
range finding position on the fucking beach.
That's apparently what the photographer put down. Is that what this is right here? I have no idea.
Could be. Without a person for scale, it's kind of hard to tell.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Like,
yeah. Well, the other thing too, if you remember also from Sun Tzu's Art of War, when you are weak, appear strong, and when you are strong, appear weak.
Yeah, but like, why would you put a freaking range finding observation post on the beach when you've got all these other positions on because Point to Hawk is like that's that huge cliff.
Well,
everybody.
So the guy who took a number of these photos that have these notes on them, his name was Stuart Brandel, and he also took a number of photos on Omaha Beach, and those are ones that I've gone over. And I mean, he gets a lot of things wrong, so maybe he's misidentifying this.
Because that doesn't look like anything significant.
No.
Like, again, why if they were going to have a range finding position, why in the whole chicken fried fuck would it be on the beach?
I don't think that's what it is. It looks like
range finding you want range finding you want it as high of an altitude as you can get
Correct.
it.
Yep.
Or if you can draw the enemy's attention away from what you're really doing.
That's probably what this was, is like something that they just built.
Yeah.
Just look like something.
Well, the rangefinder would have been inside the observation post right here.
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah, that's where it would have been. So.
Yeah, because rangefinders were actually pretty precise, delicate pieces of equipment.
Yeah.
Yep. Very heavy too. But like, it's
so okay. There's the observation bunker again, where the rangefinder would be inside there.
Yep.
Misidentified by the photographer, but also to draw the attention away from those attacking, as in the idea of the diversion you're ignoring is the main attack.
Right. It could have just been an observation post.
That is a diversion. So yeah.
It also could have been, like Jake said, a retaining wall that they just put up.
Or it could have been an observation post where somebody was standing with a pair of binoculars.
Maybe.
Possibly.
Yeah, divert. Yep. And like say, oh, they're out there. Yeah, they're watching, but they're really just watching the ocean or the English Channel.
This photo actually does show how this got a hit from one of the 5-inch guns from a ship.
Oh yeah, that's fucked.
Yeah,
that's only a 5-inch.
Right.
And
imagine if a 14 or a 16 hit that.
Dude, a 5-inch that hits you right there, like that impact, your brains are scrambled.
Oh yeah,
you're toast.
You're not getting out of that alive.
No, if you do survive, you're going to be a fucking vegetable.
Yep.
From just a concussion. So it's like
it's like a direct hit.
Yeah, it's a direct hit. That's a good hit.
So that's one of those casemates. Oh, I think this actually might be the rangefinder that because it says right here see that 7 rangefinder.
Yep.
7 on the photo right here.
Okay.
So I think that because this right here is on top of the observation post.
That looks like a rangefinder. Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. That is a fucking rangefinder. Yep. Yeah, 100%. And yeah. Interesting. Yeah.
Know, right?
But yeah, everybody thinks that Normandy is like Saving Private Ryan. And it's like, nah, it's not.
Well, especially Point to Hawk. I mean, like, look how like just shredded this landscape is.
Yeah, it's fucked. They bombed the shit out of it for months. And then I mean, this thing even like go back really quick.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fucked. Like
yep. See, it's all cracked up in here.
Oh yeah. It's been fucked for a long time.
Yep. This is one of the guns that was found later that day. That was supposed to be there at Point to Hawk. They found them like an hour later after they got to the top. And it's in some hedgerow in an orchard. Yeah, these are these French guns right here. So
yeah, that's a big gun.
It's a big guy, right?
Be right back. Gotta go do a bio break.
All good. That's probably a fucking.
It's a 155, I think.
I was just gonna say a 155 or something.
Yeah.
That's a big gun.
Yeah.
But it's
So
also a big gun.
getting back to that picture with the 5-inch shell impact on it.
Yeah.
Those shell, a 5-inch 38 gun, naval gun, fired a 55-pound projectile. I'm looking for muzzle velocity 2,600 feet per second.
Jesus.
Nice.
That's moving.
Imagine being there when that hits.
A 55-pound round.
55-pound at 2,600 feet per second.
Yeah, your eggs are fucking scrambled at that point.
And that's not even counting the explosive charge.
Oof.
Wow. I like how there's just like a dog wandering around.
Well, yeah, animals wander around. And I fucking hate the fucking boomers on Facebook that are always like, oh, those poor animals. It's like, they're there. Like,
Yeah.
What about the people who are killing each other?
Yeah, that's what I think of, not the animals.
Right. It's like, yeah, the animals were there, and it's nice to have animals. It really is. It's like a good morale boost, and like
Right.
you want to keep them safe. You don't want them to get hurt, but at the same time, do you not realize what goes on around that? Or
Yeah.
Fucking, it's the British boomers are the worst for that shit.
Oh, really? They're
Oh my god,
dogs and everything.
those poor. Because there's like a picture. It's a famous picture of like a couple of Germans in a half track on the Eastern Front, and there's like an orange cat. And it's Kodachrome.
I've seen that. Yeah.
Yeah, and they're just like like smiling, whatever, pulling security, just kind of doing guard duty. Well, that poor cat. Oh my god! And it's like, do you not understand that like animals die on their own out in the wild? And
Right.
it's like, what are you doing here? And
The cat doesn't know any different either. It's like it's not like the cat.
no, and it's funny because like a lot of the animals that these people would find, they'd bring them with them because it's a morale boost, and also the cat can hear shit before you can, and
Right.
like feel things and like get nervous and whatever, and then you can go, oh, okay, that's an indicator of things that are about to get fucked.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I've got those pictures that Andy was going to pull up. He couldn't get them to come up on his computer.
Okay, that's fine. Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's another one of those guns.
Yeah, that's got to be a 155. That thing's fucking huge.
Oh yeah.
The fucking bore on that thing is fucking huge.
Yep. So
this
is also point dog. There's a number of prisoners from Organization Tote that we're taking. Some of them are Italian. They're not all German.
How desperate were they if they were pulling Italians?
Yeah, some of them. I think like I can't identify Italian uniforms very well, but I've heard that like this is Italian, this is Italian.
Well, they're probably wearing it. Well, okay, yeah, the ones with the belts on them. So the guy on the that's an Italian hat. Okay, so the guy your cursor was on the left.
Well,
yeah, he's Italian.
Damn.
But this is after Italy surrendered, and about half of the military, approximately, do not quote me on this. A lot of the RSI guys, like who were sympathetic towards like the fascist regime with Mussolini, they would find German units, and then the Germans would send them where they needed to go, or they thought they needed to go. That's an Italian uniform. Yeah, holy shit.
Yeah.
And then they're wearing, the guy to the right of him as well is on the picture is wearing, that's an Italian hat too. Yeah, so they are Italians. No, because you can see the belt loops. He just doesn't have his belt in his uniform.
Yep,
that
same
guy.
uniform.
Yep. They were more desperate than we were led to believe at that point. Then, holy shit, if they're pulling Italians at that point, it's like, dude,
they pull anyone.
They had Italians, they had Czechs, they had Polish guys, they had fucking everybody.
And by this point, Italy had long since surrendered.
Yeah.
They are Italians. Yeah. Oh my God. The guy on the back, looks like he's wearing a way oversized fucking helmet.
And M42.
It ain't his.
No, it's his, but it's probably just like, okay, here you go, fucking
whatever.
That's what I mean. It ain't his. It was somebody else's, but now it's his.
Yeah. Okay. So this is a fucking zoom out a little bit.
Yeah.
That's really fucking interesting. I had never seen this shit before.
Yeah, this one has been floating around for a while, and yeah, Italians. Interesting,
Yeah.
right?
Not surprising,
Right.
but very interesting because, like,
I think. That's one of the
the Vickers. Yeah,
that's one of the Vickers on one of the ladders of the DUKWs.
yeah.
This
Nice.
Yeah.
This is training though. This isn't in Normandy.
Well, it's also fucking around too. It's like, let's get a picture of this cool shit.
Right. So
But
that's kind of cool to see. But that's some of the craters down on right below.
oof,
Yeah. So
that would have sucked to hit the beach and fucking have that shit to deal with.
well, yeah.
At least it gave you some kind of cover.
Yeah. These things right here were actually not used on D-Day because of this, because they couldn't pull up onto here.
Damn, I mean, those are fucking. You see the people on there.
Yeah,
those
look how small.
Fucking massive craters.
Yeah, these are from the bombs. These are from bombings.
Yeah. Oh my god, that would have sucked.
Yep.
That sounds like what we called Iraqi potholes, bomb craters in the road from IEDs.
Yeah,
that's how we dealt with that. We called them Iraqi potholes. They could swallow a whole fucking tank.
Yeah, this fucking thing could swallow 2 tanks. These airplane bombs.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Then you
like
can see
2,000 pounders. Yeah.
The LCVP out here, how small it is compared to
Jesus.
Yeah.
Proofs.
Well, yeah,
that's
look right at the just below the beach edge. There's that line of guys that are walking past some of those craters in the dark spots.
Yeah.
It's like, holy shit, those are huge fucking holes.
Yeah, that's disgusting, man. Like, that would suck so fucking bad as an infantryman.
That's like chest deep, if not more.
Yeah,
well, Mike, think about it this way. At least you don't have to dig that hole to get cover.
Yeah, but you drown in the fucking thing because it's fucking 12 feet deep.
There's some more people right here.
Yeah,
I wouldn't jump into that fucking thing. Like, dude, it's
these guys charged for the cliff as fast as they could.
Well, I can see why. Yeah. Get the fuck out of Dodge and like get to the, I guess, most secure point. Damn, those craters are fucking massive.
Yep.
those have got to be 500-pound bomb graders.
2,000, I think. But look at how big they are. Like they're fucking like 15 feet in diameter and probably about.
I don't know how many 2,000-pound general purpose bombs they used in World War II.
A lot.
Yeah, definitely a lot.
If they're gonna soften up a potential target, like
well,
it could be 500. Even a 500-pound, whatever. Who gives a fuck about the semantics? That's a giant fucking hole, and it's very deep.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, the craters on top of the plateau were also like this big and even bigger.
Jesus. So you get up there after that shit show, like using those little shitty ladders.
Yep.
And then you get up there and it's just fucking like it's worse than the moon.
Yep. It's like a lunar landscape.
Jesus.
This is also part of the edge of Point de Hoc right here. You see more of those prisoners that they're taking up there.
Yeah.
Oh, the boomers are going to have a fit about that when there's an American flag laying on the ground.
We never put the flag on the ground. Well, your parents did.
A lot.
Yep.
And then they picked them up and they kept using them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, man. Yeah. Those guys. Yeah. It's also probably a CCP or like a resupply point or both. Yeah. You can see that. Yeah. So let's zoom in on the bottom right where there's all that shit on their helmets and stuff.
Rangers. First Ranger bat.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. The Ranger Diamond. Yep.
Second and fifth.
Is it second?
It's the second. It's
first and second Ranger bat or fifth, but we can't. I think it's second. Yeah, it's 2.
Yeah, it looks like
the fifth would be on Omaha. Second was Point de Hoc.
Well, there's a 101st guy on this fucking picture, so anything's possible.
Anything's possible, I guess.
It really is. Like, in that much chaos and just fucking a shit. Dude, everybody's like, oh, the Normandy invasion, it went over, No, there was so many colossal goat fucks that happened. And it was like people were, oh, hey, you're American? Okay, all right, I'm with you. All right, cool, gotcha.
Well, that's not even meant.
As soon as we can.
Yeah.
that's not even mentioning the goat fuck that was the rehearsal run. One of the rehearsal runs that they did for it, where they took like 500 fucking casualties on a rehearsal run.
Yes, a number of guys got killed,
and they lost a fucking ship.
Yep. Crazy shit happens.
Yeah, so these guys are okay. So they've got the field kitchen set up there.
Where's that?
Right in the center. That big box.
Right here?
That box.
Okay.
Somebody's got. Well, it might be just the can itself, but like somebody was cooking food.
Hey, food's important to an infantryman.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a zoom in again, Mike. Just to the right of that can, that square can. That M1 is completely fucked.
Yeah, it's busted right there.
Oh man, it's completely fucking broken.
That one's done.
There's a bazooka laying to the left of the can.
That's why he's just sitting there on the ground.
Yeah, so this is probably like a point where they're just like,
oh, there's a bazooka on the ground right in front of the can too.
Oh, there is. Yeah, it's probably. Is it being used to hold it up?
Might be. But yeah, you can see the bazooka laying on the concrete block to the left.
The front sight. Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. I mean, again, whatever works. SOP does not fucking matter.
Yeah.
Is that next to that broken Garand? Is that an MG34?
I don't know. It's not clear. I got to get a TIFF copy of the photo to really see it as clearly as it needs to be seen.
Oh man, that M1. Oh, the M1's broken apart. It looks like.
Yeah, there's not much left of it.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Still has its sling on it, but then okay, is that a 30 cal right there?
Yep, that's a 30 cal.
Yeah.
That's a 1919.
Yeah, the handle right there.
Yeah, it's an A4. Yep.
Crazy, man. Yes, this is a bunch of busted weapons.
There's a litter on the ground right there, right below the 30, right before the 19.
Right there.
Yeah, that's a litter.
What they're probably doing is they're probably separating Joes from their weapons, because if you look off to the right, they got a CCP going on, and that's one of the things you do is to separate Joes from their weapons, because you don't need Joes coming too and going back at it again.
Yeah, because they're automatics on the right. Yeah, that's probably what it is. Yeah.
That's one of the problems we had in Iraq in 10th Mountain is separate the Joes from their weapons, because if you don't, they'll be going back at it again. As soon as they wake up, they're
looking for their weapon.
From the time they go unconscious to the time they come back to, no time has passed. They're back at it again. They're right back at it.
Yeah. This is like a combination CCP, chow point, and just a fucking.
Go to the left side of the picture too.
Yeah, more or less.
Let's see what's going on over there.
Your triage yellow, your triage red, your triage green. Okay, you're green, go to the CCP. Your triage yellow, go this way. Your triage red, go that way. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what this is. Yeah. This guy's moving. Yeah. This guy's moving. And they're.
Yeah. They got them going in different directions. Okay, you're walking wounded, go that way. You're hurt, but you can still walk, go that way. Okay, they're hurt bad.
Exactly.
Go that
That's
way.
why I love doing this shit.
That's. So go up, Mike. Go up to the guys on the little hill. So while all this shit's going on, the CCP, whatever.
And that's the EPW operations going on.
Yeah. So there's so much going on in that picture.
Yeah.
And it probably like took an hour or so, and then they were like, clear out, get the fuck moving, go up here and create a new CCP and all that shit.
And then
somebody put an American flag on the hill. Yeah.
And then in the bottom left corner, there's a guy just sitting there with a canteen cup.
Yeah, you're seeing a photo of brilliantly organized chaos.
Oh yeah, this is in the aftermath of the direct shit.
Oh, you see these two guys right in the immediate foreground on the right side? They're looking up at the EPWs.
Yep.
Yeah.
One of them still has rubber gas mask bag. That's
cool. So again, this is just probably like a few hours after the actual landings.
Because, they're taking prisoners. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. So this is what the guys. Yeah. This is fucking awesome.
What's with the guy standing off on the right? He doesn't have a weapon or web gear on.
Officer. Guaranteed. I almost guarantee.
More than likely. Directing them where to go. Okay, EPW's that way. Casualties off that way. And
medics, you guys got that under control.
Casualties off that way. Yeah.
Exactly. Yep. And
because
so being a traffic cop, it's the best job for.
Well, but he's got a fucking Ranger diamond on his fucking shoulder. They didn't censor that out. So he's a Ranger, but like he's probably just one of the dudes.
How can you see that?
I can just see the outline.
I can't see it.
To me, it almost looks like he's wearing one of those Navy foul weather smocks, but
No, it's definitely a patch. Like if you zoom out a little bit, it gets clearer.
okay, let's zoom, trying to. 1 second.
Yeah,
Yeah, there's something there.
Yeah, you can see it's a diamond. Like I saw it at a certain point that you zoomed in. So he's a ranger, but like also it doesn't. I can't see the front of his helmet or whatever.
Right, it's too grainy.
But it doesn't matter. But like he's probably the guy. Like we were just saying, like Zeno was saying, is like, all right, EPWs go this way. CCP is down there. You go there. Go see that medic. Blah blah blah. You know, he's probably one of the guys. It's like fucking.
Is this guy
the whole thing?
Is this guy holding a 98K?
Because the one thing I know this as secondary MOS medic, you do not combine friendly casualties and enemy casualties, because whenever one comes to, they'll be going at it with the other, and they will kill them.
Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah, and so even if the EPWs in this picture are wounded, you just keep them separate. But no, he's not carrying a 98K. If you want to zoom in back on that, Mike.
I just because I saw the thing. It might be just a regular M1 carbine, but because I saw the strap coming off the side, I saw the front sight. This for some reason looked like a 98 to me, but yeah, probably
no, it's not. It's not 98. Yeah, I don't think, because what the fuck's in the bottom of it?
Could be a BAR.
No,
it's not a BAR.
But
it's probably an M1 carbine, is what it is.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, we'll just go with that. Who knows? But nice picture, man. Like there's so much going on in one fucking picture.
I know, right? It's fucking cool.
Yeah.
So that's another one of the guns that was found.
Yeah. That's a big boy. Holy fuck.
Big ass son of a bitch.
Holy shit.
I love the interrupted threads on the breech block.
Oh yeah. That right there.
Yeah.
That's a big boy.
That's 200 at least 200 millimeter.
I'd say 155.
I think it's a 155. But big ass gun.
Somewhere around there.
This is training back in England, doing that ladder stuff.
Oh, to go up the cliffs, yeah.
With the duck W's, yeah.
You see one of those grapnels sitting right there.
Yep.
This photo is kind of cool though, because when it comes to the grapnels, it shows one thing it shows about them that people don't think about. They have toggle bolts in them. See that? They got those.
It's true. It's reloading for me.
Yeah, hold on.
Did it mess up?
It's probably a StreamYard problem.
It might be because
I've got the progress ring. There it goes.
Can you see now?
I got it back.
Zeno, you good?
Yeah, I think I'm okay.
Okay.
But the ropes with the grapnels, you can see it in this photo. They have toggle bolts in them. Those those dowels.
Footholds. Yeah.
Yep. Something else that
fuck that.
Go climb up that. Oh hell,
that.
Hey, I may be insane, but I'm not crazy.
Yeah.
They would have trouble getting me to go up that fucking ladder.
Oh, yeah, me too. I'd just be like, I'm gonna walk around and I'll find my way up. How about that?
I'll walk my way down to Omaha.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I'll go to Utah.
Fuck
you go to Omaha, I'll go to Utah.
Jesus Christ.
The funny thing though is that because this is training in England, the cliff at Point to Hawk is actually not as high as this one that they're using. So it kind of exceeded what they did when they got.
So what you said earlier is like, so when they got to Point to Hawk, they realized the beach was completely fucked by their own doing.
Yeah.
And then they were like, the ducks and the ladders can't get up there, so we're gonna have to assemble them ourselves.
Yeah, we gotta rely on the grapnels only.
Oh my god. And
well, the last unit that I was with in 4ID, their claim to fame was first at Normandy, 2-8 infantry, and our unofficial motto was slaughtered at Normandy, because if you're first in, you're not you're basically the guinea pig.
Yeah, we're gonna see how this is gonna go, and we'll figure it out from there.
Yeah.
But these grapnel hooks, were they the ones that were shot with the 45-70 blanks?
Yeah,
Looks
they're
like
the ones that are shot with it's called a J projector. It's a rocket projectile that goes up. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So, but is that powered by a 45-70 or is it something else?
I don't know, honestly. I haven't looked at that part.
I know the Navy still The oldest cartridge known to still be used in the world is a 4570.
Okay.
Because the Navy still uses that for grappling hooks to fire a blank out that'll fucking fire it. I don't know how many meters or whatever. But I was wondering what they use to propel those.
I just know it's called a J projector, and it's like a rocket projectile type thing.
Sure.
Yeah, I'll have to look that up though. But this is back on Point de Hoc. This is after the battles. So some officers walking around. I like how this guy's his pant legs rolled up.
Well, it's Navy, definitely.
Yeah, Navy. Yeah,
has to be. Yeah.
And then this photo is from 1943. This is one of those guns in the kettle pits at Point de Hoc. How they would.
So when they start getting bombed, they move these.
Yeah, once they started really getting bombed, they said, "Get these things out of here." So they moved them farther inland to those to that orchard.
So okay, in a sense, then it seems like the bombing did a decent job of like getting this shit right off the coast.
Getting it off the coast, yeah. But in doing that, they thought that they were still there, but then they weren't. But an hour later, after they got to the top of Point de Hoc, they did find them and then destroyed them with thermite. So yeah, they did accomplish their mission.
Cool.
Yeah. So that's one of the J projectors. That's mounted on an LCA, and that's the rope, the toggle rope inside. This thing would.
Yeah.
So, and then this is an interesting photo. This is again a top Point de Hoc, and that's one of the Vickers guns from the DUKWs stuck in the ground there, and then someone put the helmet on it for the photo. And I think this is 8mm Mauser. That's what it looks like to me.
That's
Look at the belt.
That's a German belt.
Yep, German.
It's the non-disintegrating, the reusable. Yeah, it's German.
And then
that's a rifle grenade.
The fucking anti-tank grenade.
Yeah.
That's a rifle grenade
launcher.
For a rifle. Yep. And then
rifle grenade. Yep.
And then the Vickers
pan magazine.
Magazine right there. Yeah. So cool stuff. And then this is also from that same series of the one that we saw earlier that had like the paratrooper in it. This is from the same series of that. And they didn't even censor this one at all. That's
what I was going to say. I was like, that's really weird. They didn't censor that.
Yeah. So you never know what you're going to. Sometimes they censor it. Sometimes they don't.
Yep. And that guy's got the shrimp net helmet on. Shrimp net helmet cover.
Very loose, but yeah.
Does a good job breaking up the silhouette.
Sure does.
Yeah. And the shine.
Yep.
This guy still has his brassard on. That's interesting.
Yep. A lot of those guys, it's weird because they would ditch their gas mask bags or to keep shit that needed to be water resistant, But the brassards, usually most of those guys would shit can those, but a lot of them you see on like D+5 wearing those fucking things.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay. But
maybe they were afraid they're going to get a statement of charges.
Well, that never happens in the Army.
No, there's a K ration can down there in the left corner.
Yeah, right down here.
C-Rat.
C-Rat.
C-Rat and can.
Well, it could be. No, it's a C. Yep.
Yeah, because the K-Rats didn't have cans in them.
Well, they did, but they were short and fat. They were like tuna cans, basically.
This guy's hands fucked up.
Oh yeah, he got hurt.
I always love seeing this in these kind of photos where like the soldiers are kind of just like glaring at the photographer.
Like, what are you doing?
Right.
And
then he's
he's flipping off the camera.
Yeah. Well, it's like basically like smile for the camera. What?
Fuck off.
And then
yeah,
bam.
Dude, when we had to deal with combat photographers, it's like, dude, now we gotta be on our best behavior. Fuck you.
Yeah. That's the thing.
Hey, combat photographer, try some combat before you do the photography.
Yeah, come see us in combat, not when we're in our downtime. Sorry.
Yeah, our downtime, a little bit different scenario.
Another
our
cool
downtime is our time, not your time. Get out.
Another cool thing about these photos too is that you can see that these guys have like the front, they're covered in this chalk, and it's because they climbed that chalk wall, to get up on the Point de Hoc.
Well, they're sitting in it right now. So.
Right, yeah.
Yeah. And
then that's part of the side of Point de Hoc when on D-Day, this when they were shelling it by the Navy before the
Oh,
landing.
that's really not as high as I thought it was.
No, it's not that high. This whole part of it collapsed on D-Day before the landing, so they utilized this area right here to really get a lot of ropes and ladders and such.
Was that when like a couple of the Germans were throwing grenades down and
Yep.
shit, and they threw them back up, and they were
Yep.
like, "Fuck you."
Yep. Yeah,
That's
the
that
potato
point?
mashers.
Okay, yeah.
This is on the eastern side, which is where all the Rangers went up at Point de Hoc. So,
Okay.
but pretty
Look at that beach, though. Look at the rocks on that fucking beach.
Yeah,
Not
not
bad,
ideal.
yeah.
Those are fucking boulders.
Yeah, they're huge.
Not fun.
And
Fucking
we thought
nasty.
we got ankle problems from the rocks in Iraq.
God.
you
The
can
stones
see-
for drainage. Yeah.
You can see some of the toggle ropes over here too that have just
There's
been
a-
left there.
And there's an assault ladder right there.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah, on the right. You're right. You're correct. Yeah.
Really cool.
Yeah, it's not as high. Like you're right. Because you said it's not. It's kind of like the escarpment in fucking
Hacksaw Ridge.
Hacksaw Ridge. It's
Yeah.
not that high. I mean, I'm not saying it's not that high because if you were in combat, people were throwing grenades and shooting at you.
Yeah, it fucking
It's-
sucks.
The fucking highest mountain in the world, but like that's a lot shorter than I thought Point de Hoc was.
Yeah, it's not. It was not. Yeah, I mean, this right here. That's pretty much what it was like. A lot of the guys, they said once they actually got those ropes up, finally, they would climb that in like 20 seconds, and they would like do it as fast as they
Yeah, of course. Yeah, get as many guys up there as possible, as
Yeah.
quickly as possible. But
They
like,
say like we go up. They went up in like 5, 10, 15 seconds sometimes. 20
Yeah.
seconds.
yeah, when,
Well,
when your
that's all-
adrenaline's
that's-
fucking pumping, you can do it.
Yeah,
That's only, what, 30 feet from the top of that slope?
Probably, yeah.
30 to 50. It looks like.
I'm saying from where those guys are standing at the bottom of
Probably
that
30 feet,
ladder, I'd say that's probably only 30 feet.
Yeah.
I mean, it's still 30
also
feet
it's-
almost
it's-
straight up.
No, it's not straight up. That's the thing is like this, you can tell because
It's
it
a
was
little
bombed
slanted.
out.
hmm
So it's probably a 40-foot run, if
Yeah.
I were to guesstimate, because of the angle and everything. But still, it's not as I thought it was like 150, 200 feet.
No, not even close. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah. I didn't know that.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
This is at Point de Hoc. This is during the counterattacks when this photo was taken.
Yeah. Okay.
And that's actually when the Rangers lost most of their guys, was during the German counterattacks. But
Yeah, because they were taking units, from inland and like sending them out
yep,
to repel. But it was day late and dollar short. But like, oh, that guy still got his assault vest on.
he's got his assault. Yeah, the ass jack on right here.
You don't really see that often. That's interesting.
Yeah, they really discarded those as fast as they could. But sometimes, occasionally, you will still see them.
No, that's really fucking cool. So this is D plus what? Do you know?
This is like June 8th, I think.
So D plus 2. And
Yeah.
he still got his assault vest. Interesting.
Yep.
Probably hasn't had a chance to take it off.
No, he definitely has. Most of the guys shit can them, like Mike was saying. They
Yeah.
because they were pretty much useless.
Yeah,
Unless
they
he was
hated
just unless he was just carrying ammo in it.
He's got
No,
it
but there's
full.
not a lot of room
'Cause
for
he-
ammo. But
Because
yeah.
he could be an A gunner for that 30 cal that's standing right next to him.
Could be, but again, like most guys that we know of, that's why I say this is very interesting. Most guys
Yeah.
shit can those vests
Yep.
on D-Day because they were like, these are fucking stupid. I'll just use my cartridge belt and my fucking haversack, right? Because I'm used
Yeah.
to it.
Well, there are a lot of photos taken on the far eastern end of Omaha Beach on D-Day, and a lot of the guys, they just strip down to their field jackets, like they don't even have their
Yeah.
like whatever. I'm not like the medics, especially like the medics in all the photos, they just take everything off so they can easily work. Really cool.
That's a good picture.
Yeah. So that's
Yeah.
again one of the French guns. These are the two guys that found them on
It's
D-Day.
fucking huge.
Yeah, really big. You can see they busted the breech off of it right here.
Yeah, Zeno, you might be right. Those might be like two 210s or something like that.
They're big freaking guns, yeah.
Yeah. I was going
That
to
might
say
be a
those,
210. Yeah.
those got to be bigger than one. Those have to be bigger than 155s. They might. Be
Yeah, I think-
I'm not sure what German sizes were, but
French,
those
it's
are-
French, and they
those
would
are
have
big.
210s. Yeah, they'd have 210s. And but that's fucking huge.
Yep.
I mean, that's that hits the fucking beach, man. Woof.
Yeah.
yeah,
Not
you're
good.
going to have a lake, not a crater.
Right.
So that's all I got for Point de Hoc.
All right, I'm gonna share Jake's thing really quick?
This is actually Andy's stuff, so I'll let him narrate.
All right.
Yeah, this was us on our way from Camp Stryker to Abu Ghraib. I was in the gunner's hole, and I was able to actually get a shot of this through the GPS.
Acronyms.
Gunner's primary sight. What you see up in the upper right corner, that crosshairs, that is the basically Gunner's primary sight. That is the left-right range and the upper and lower limit. And what you see in the lower corner, the lower right corner, that 900, that is the laser rangefinder. When I actually hit the laser rangefinder, because you have what's called the Gunner's controls, which is called the Cadillacs, and when you press it with your thumbs, you actually get laser range finding, and that is 900 meters. So the tank in front of us was our number.
That's 321.
How'd it go? 2143. So that was our PL's tank, 900 yards ahead of us, on our way to Abu Ghraib en route, Michigan. Now, it'd be nice if the photo were a bit better for clarity, but we're talking 2006 cameras, and yeah.
900 yards is not that terrible for an image, but yeah.
Yeah.
Your little tanks were cute.
Yeah. They're cute, all right. Yeah.
How did you get a photo of that? You just take it with stick your camera in there, or what?
I stuck my camera right up the GPS, and it was a digital camera. It was a Fujifilm, and I stuck it up there and tried to get as best I could, and just click, and yeah.
You were 900 yards back from him?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
And probably doing 70 miles an hour.
No. If you can see it, we were stopped.
Oh.
Yeah, the tracks are not moving whatsoever. So, yeah, we were stopped. Chances are there was an IED, because back then, if you run into an IED, you stop and you wait for Navy EOD to show up and for them to figure out what the fuck it is and for them to deal with it. And that could be from 2 hours to 3 days.
Yeah, that didn't change from when you were there till when we were there.
And waiting for EOD fucking sucked.
Those guns we were wondering about, those French guns, they were 155s.
So they are 155.
I shared the wiki link in private chat.
Right.
Now, who you see up there with the CVC on, that would be our PL, and our loader you can't see because he's down in the hatch. Normally you'd see both of them, because normally we rode chest duffling, which is what our PL is doing right now.
That guy looks like he's in the loader's hatch, though, because there's the loader's hatch right there, and there's the TC's hatch.
Okay, that would be a loader then. That's fine.
Yeah, that's the loader.
That's right. Yeah,
because he's got the 240.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of who our PL's loader was. Was it Leo? I don't know. No, he was the gunner. I forget who the PL's loader was. All I know is our PL was a green tabber chasing after his next rank and his bronze star, and Dan McGrath in the process. Yeah.
That sounds familiar.
Yeah. Another type.
Well, we've had a few discussions with him. Yeah.
Next photo.
Well, that's a small one.
Oh Christ, yeah.
Oh Christ, yeah, that was my tank after a triple stack 155 Bully P.
Jesus, Proust.
Wasn't this your very last mission in Iraq before coming home?
Yep.
Do you know how many fucking guys
Yeah.
Mike froze up.
Of course.
You know how many fucking guys is all we got?
Yeah, I know. I froze. I stopped talking. So,
okay.
You know how many guys I know that were like, we were running our last fucking mission, our very last one, and then we got fucking destroyed. It's quite a significant number of people that I know who are combat arms who say that.
Weren't you guys not even supposed to be there that day anyway? You guys weren't you guys supposed to have already rotated out, but they didn't know where you were?
Yeah, we were supposed to have rotated out like a month prior, but our company didn't know where the fuck we were. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, that was that was a giant clusterfuck where we were supposed to have been back at Camp Striker and then Liberty, but nobody knew where the fuck we were, even though we got sent up to 10th Mountain. Yeah, that was fun. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the event that gave you your TBI and DU poisoning.
Yeah. Because I was in the driver's hole. Oh yeah, that was trying to avoid an Iraqi pothole that might have had an ID, and that's where I buried our tank. Yeah.
Look at this gypsy rack back here.
Yep.
Oh yeah, of course. So you did this one? You fucking drove it into this place that got stuck?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Nice.
Well, it was either that or it hit the pothole that could have had an ID, so I fucking buried it.
So they have to bring the fucking wrecker out and then.
Oh, that took a couple of 88s to get us out. I wish I could have gotten a photo of the time that I flipped our tank. That'd have been a good one.
You flipped a fucking Abrams?
Yeah, I flipped our tank. I flipped it. That was well before this one.
Jeez. Well, Jesus Christ.
That took 288s and Abrams to pull us out. Yeah.
Any normal fucking boss would have fired you when you flipped a fucking tank.
Nope. And here's why. Because I did not have a license to drive it at that time. And I did not have a license. This went before our battalion commander, and he wanted to bring me up on a field guide Article 15. And he's like, "Where the fuck is your license, specialist?" "I don't have a license, sir." "What the goddamn fuck? Where the fuck is your license?"
So
I transferred into this unit in very late August. We went to NTC and prepared to deploy, and I did not have an opportunity to get a license to operate this vehicle. God damn it! Get the fuck out of my sight!
So okay, let's back up a little bit. Let's back up a little bit.
Sure.
So wait a second.
Okay.
You're driving a fucking Abrams in Iraq.
Yeah.
Without a goddamn license?
Yeah. Because OSIP was good enough for us to deploy. Yeah.
Would have been like me driving a Cougar without a license. Or the time that they had me drive an RG-33 without a license.
And the next week, everyone in our battalion had a license for everything in sector. From deuce and a half to an Abrams to Cougars to everything. We had a license for everything.
Well, thanks for fucking us, but hey.
Hey, that was not my fault.
Oh,
I was getting ready to
I know it's not, I'm not blaming you per se. I'm saying thanks everybody who
got away with it in the Wild Wild West days.
Yeah. And I still got a driver T badge.
No shit.
Yep.
Okay, what's this box over the IR panel?
That is supposed to be for putting over the rear grille to protect against heat-seeking devices. That's what that's supposed to be.
Oh, for. Over the exhaust?
Yeah.
I see the rails here for it.
Yep, that's supposed to be for.
Okay.
You got a piece of track on there, it looks like, too. Yeah, right there.
Yeah, that's 2 track sections.
Nice.
And a spare road wheel on the other side.
Yeah.
That's I don't know if you were watching. Did I say it live or whatever? Like, I always like, whenever I mean a 19 kilo, an actual 19 kilo, not a fucking, stateside, never been there. I'm always like, hey, what kind of sledgehammer do you use? I want to get one.
15 pound. And you can buy a tanker bar Tractor Supply too.
Right.
So I have a question. I don't know the modern nomenclature, but the cupola up there with the machine gun. How come it's like purple and red right over there?
That is the anti-reflective properties of the glass.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, that's okay. What that is. That's to also protect against any type of laser type weapons that enemy units might use.
Interesting.
because you don't look out the cupolas themselves. You have the cupola glass, and then you have a set of mirrors, and then you look through the mirror. But any kind of laser or whatever can bounce through that and back to you.
Okay.
So that's what that is.
They're periscopes.
AR and laser protection.
Very cool.
I like how there's still the Velcro strip for the Miles system
Oh yeah.
on a tank in sector.
Oh yeah.
For training.
Yeah. We shipped our tanks over from Fort Hood over there, and at that time, that tank was state of the art because 4ID was the experimental division. So we got the M1A2 SEP V2 tanks. We got the cutting edge, state of the art, best whiz-giz shit you could get, which meant that when shit went wrong, it went wrong bad.
Where the hell did you guys find Mark 19 ammo cans to mount on the side of your bustle rack?
That was just to store grenades and flares.
I know, but that's a Mark 19 ammo can.
I don't know where the hell we got it. My TC, I mean, I was good at getting shit, but he knew how to get all kinds of shit.
Because that is what that is.
There might be another one on the opposite end.
Yeah, and don't drink.
That's the APU.
That never worked. Yeah. The APU that was just there. Yeah, it didn't provide AC for shit. You want AC? Turn on the NBC unit and put the disconnect those and shove that in your Nomex, and there's your AC. Yeah.
And then there's the crosswind sensor.
Yeah, blowing it, make sure it works.
Okay, next one.
Yep.
That is the view from the loader's hatch on Route Caprice.
That's not a route. That's a goat trail.
Yes, it is. An ASR. Yes, an alternate service route. Yeah.
That's a goat trail.
That is Route Caprice. Yeah. That
Nice.
was 06. At
least they got power lines. At least they got power to their people.
That's a route. Yeah.
And,
that's a route.
and this right here is actually a mount for a coax 50 cal.
That never happened. Just off to the right is the that little cylinder is the
240.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's what that is. That's anyone that wants to know, that's the mount for a coax 50 cal.
And don't dare break off that knob on the very end of the barrel because that will result in all kinds of issues with CID and statement of charges.
Would it be possible? Would it be possible to shoot that off on accident by the coaxial machine gun?
No.
Okay.
No, that on the very end is called the MSR and the MRS, the muzzle reference system. Basically, when it gets warm out, or when you're firing a certain number of rounds, the barrel will kind of pull one of these deals where kind of droops a bit, and you do MSR update in the gunner's hole, and that will update where the muzzle is to where the laser is, so it'll give you an update so you can actually maintain your bore sight. Yeah. So like if you're out all day at 120 degrees in July and you haven't done an MRS update that day, just go hit MRS update, you're good to go. Yeah.
Cool.
Don't dare break that damn thing off because, as our wingman tank found out, when you don't traverse and turn it back over the front and you tear through a building and tear off the MRS, oh boy, yeah, sometimes. Yeah, that's a statement of charges, and that's me in the gunner's hole back when I was young and
And
dumb.
now you're just old.
Yep.
That was when we were on Route Caprice back in like April of 06. Yeah.
And there's Sergeant Max Knee.
Yeah. There is less room in the TC's hole than there is in the gunner's hole than there is in the TC's hatch. And there basically when you go to take a shit, you're doing it in front of three other guys, and I'm not kidding. And they can see all what you're doing. Yeah.
You know, a lot of people, and I would see this and say, try and guess what's going through your mind. What was going through your mind at this point, do you think, now that you look back on it?
At that point, it was pretty much Just take the photo, get me the fuck out of here. I don't want to be here. What the fuck is this bullshit? Why are we here?
That's the answer I was expecting.
Sounds about right. Yeah.
Also, how the fuck did they shoehorn you down into the gunner's hole in the first place?
That was back when I could perform a Yakov Smirnoff type of acrobatics. When I could somehow squeeze myself down in through the TC's hatch, down into somewhat through into the gunner's hole, and kind of fit myself in, and I was able to sit there for, well, not for a full 8 hours without moving, but I could be there for about 2 hours without moving. But I wasn't going to be sleeping down there. I guarantee you that, because my knees were up against the Cadillacs. And trying to look in through the gunner's primary sight, if you look to the left of me a bit, just a little bit, where that right where that is a gunner's primary sight.
So you've got
to bend down and forward, and oh yeah. That gunner's hole is made for someone like 5'6" and 120 pounds, and that's it.
Yep.
With no legs.
Yeah.
I remember
5'6" with no legs.
Again, every armored vehicle I've ever been in or like crawled into, barely. There's a lot of manipulation that has to go into me fitting, because I'm apparently we're about the same size, So like, I have to, like, in a Sherman, for example, right? If I'm going into like the radio operator / machine gunner's hatch, I have to go in sideways, put my arms above my head, slink down after I step in, and then the actual fucking hull sits about right here.
Oh yeah.
So I'd have to like lean back like this if I were to actually be on the gun, And so that's why I never wanted to be a tanker, because I'm like, I couldn't fucking fit, And I don't know how the fuck you did it.
They try to get us to wear eye basses in the tank. It's like, you know what? If something's going to come through all that armor and get to me, the eye bass ain't going to do shit.
Fuck it. And also, fuck it. It's your time then,
If it's my time, it's my time. It was that way for me in the gunner's hole and the driver's hole. If it's getting through there, if it's my time, it's my time. Screw it. Yeah. Oh yeah.
So
you must get your eye bass in the tank. They ain't going to do fuck all.
So you had to have a fucking waiver to become a fucking 19 kilo?
Yeah. Maximum height to be a 19 kilo is 6'2".
That's still really fucking tall. Like,
yeah. And I had to get a waiver for that, as well as for my arm, because you can't have more than like one pin or one plate or one screw in your body. Well, I exceed that by a factor of like 11 for my right arm alone. So I had to get that to get into the Army.
The glories of enlisting during the surge.
Why the fuck did you choose 19 kilo?
It was either that or 19 Delta or Cook or infantry.
Again, why the fuck did you choose 19 kilo?
It was either
because he doesn't like walking.
It was either that or go back to work at Walmart, maybe.
He doesn't like walking.
No, I don't. I prefer my weapon to carry me, and I prefer to stand a chance. Basically, I'd prefer to be in a rolling coffin, because the fact that I at least have a chance of maybe making it home alive, even though I know they'll throw everything they have at me. Yeah.
But you did, and so okay, I can get that reasoning. I understand that. I get it now.
Yeah.
Like, because we were retarded and we chose to walk, Jake and I.
Well, yeah.
No, we just have brain damage. That's all. We're not actually
just retarded.
And I chose not to do it.
Right.
Well, that's also
you chose to go to film school.
Yes. That's
he's the smartest one of all of us four for not fucking doing it. Like, it's like, because you think it's one thing and then you go, oh, this is not good.
I was hit up by recruiters, but no, I didn't do it.
The worst part is, Mike, is that your dad was in, and so you knew better.
I did.
For my immediate lineage, not talking like uncles and shit. My immediate lineage, I was the first member of my family on either side to enlist since World War II.
Oof. Yeah, and that's not the case with my family. Is pretty much on both sides, everybody's been in the military since we were here. It's like Lieutenant Dan, except we didn't die.
Yeah. You have a destiny. Yeah.
No, but like seriously, it's like from it's the thing is just like that's just part of it partially. Like everybody, now I'm thinking about it, like on my mom's side and my dad's side, everybody's at least one person in every single like conflict has served during and in that conflict. So yeah, I mean, it was just kind of I don't know. It's
I actually have to take off, but this has been a lot of fun. And
yeah, man. Yeah, I'm gonna take off soon too because I'm gonna be traveling a bit tomorrow.
All right, cool. Well, thanks again, and Zeno, it was nice meeting you, and I will see you guys later.
Yeah, man. Later. Take off.
Now the scary thing here, Mike, is look at the large, big metal piece just to the left of me. That's the breach.
No, again, I've seen videos of like crew members like doing training, doing the gunnery table and shit like that. And it's like I've never been in an Abrams, but I've been in a lot of other vehicles, and even if you're 5'6" and 120, you're still cramped.
Yeah.
It's like there's not a lot of room, and these things are meant to be efficient, not comfortable.
Yeah.
So, yeah, and in Abrams itself, like I'm almost as tall, and like you are too, because we're about the same size. I'm almost as tall as a fucking Abrams, right? And it's like because we saw them at Stryker and shit like that. Yeah, it's like it's a couple inches taller, like, but they're very low profile. They're very short.
Yeah,
and combine that
with
back
deck's like the back deck's like 6 feet high. And then the turret's another couple feet above that.
Right. That's not that much though. Like because like if you look at older tanks and shit, like an M60, right? We'll just go with an M60. That son of a bitch is fucking tall. That thing's huge. And Abrams, not so much.
Yeah.
And so it's like very low profile, and even an MRAP, right? I went in a couple of those. I still was like, I feel cramped. Like I feel like, it's just like, God damn. And that's
like I've said about the Cougar, the driver had, you could lose your left leg from the knee down and not be affected at all if you were driving.
like even a Willys Jeep, right? Okay. I literally, my knees are up like this in a Willys Jeep. And I can barely hit the clutch and like operate the thing. It's so small. My dad has got an M37, like the mini Deuce, and awesome fucking truck. I have to fucking kick the door open slightly just to get the clutch comfortably.
Yeah.
Because again, it's the same thing. And so any kind of military vehicle, even the Humvees, when I was driving those and shit, like riding in them, I was like, I was so cramped, and I'm like, God damn it. And they're like, well, you're the gunner now. And I'm like, beautiful, because I have leg room. I can stand up, Oh, this is awesome. Well, you're the first one to get hit. Okay, I'll deal with that.
I'll be the last one to stop, or the first one to stop carrying then.
Yeah. Exactly. But like, no, when they made me a gunner, I was like, fucking awesome, man. I got this little net that I can sit on. Like, we had some gun trucks that had the slings and shit, which sucked. But like, still, it was better than riding, all cramped up with it, because we had to wear a body armor at all times, right? And it's like, if I'm gibbing in the back of a fucking Humvee, I'm literally sitting like this with my weapon right here going, I can't fucking move.
Oh, yeah. And your knees are hard up against that bar behind the seat in front of you.
That's what I'm trying to convey, like the webcam isn't picking up, but like I'm literally sitting just in a fucking crumpled, and then they're like, you're riding for X amount of hours, and also it's like, dismount, do this, and I'm like, get out, and I'd fall because my legs are asleep.
Because your knees are jammed up, and
we're all fucked up, and I'm like,
your muscles seize up, and it's like shit. Yeah,
and then you get out, fucking dismount, and I'm like, okay, and I eat shit, like my legs aren't working, and I'm like, fuck.
Yeah, because you can't pick your feet up over the 6-inch fucking door sill.
Well, right, and I would just throw myself kind of out there, and then because I couldn't feel my legs, and then got a little bit of circulation, right? Get up and start running, and I'm like just stumbling and eating shit every couple steps, and it's like,
Yeah.
well, and
Might
they're
as
like,
well might as well paint the whole Humvee bright fucking yellow and write short bus on the side of it.
right,
Yeah.
exactly.
Because
And it's like,
everybody looks like a retard getting out of it.
oh my god,
Short
it was
bus,
so
you
bad.
mean a snow zombie? Yeah.
Yeah, it was just so fucking bad being a big dude like in those tiny vehicles, and like any kind of military vehicle, it doesn't matter what the fuck it is. They're all made for, again, 5'6", 120 pounds. You're good to go. Even with your shit on. But like, oh my god, it was not fun. And then, but being a gunner, dude, I've got room. I get the fucking air. I get the circulation. I can breathe fresh air. Okay,
And
we're moving.
And you get to fart at nose level with everybody in the truck.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you a funny story. I'll tell everybody a funny story who's watching this, and then I'm gonna get some shit ready for tomorrow or this weekend, and then go to take off. But like, so Jake, that gunnery table we did in Texas, right?
Yep.
We're getting ready. We had just gotten to the ammo point. We got our ammo. I got the 240 loaded. We're good to go. And all of a sudden, this is during the day, by the way. This is day qual. And all of a sudden, I'm like, because I'm pounding water so I can be on point. And I'm like, I gotta fucking piss like now. And we're in like, there's two trucks ahead of us in line. I'm like, I really gotta piss. And I told my TC, I'm like, hey, I gotta fucking piss. He goes, just use a fucking bottle. I'm like, yeah, but there's a gib back here, and I don't know if whatever. He's like, just fucking piss in the bottle then. I need you on point for the table. I'm like, okay. So I grab a bottle, and I'm the OC is sitting in the back left seat, or the driver's side seat, right?
Yep.
So I turn to the empty seat, whip my dick out, and I start pissing in this bottle. And all of a sudden they go, "You're up."
Yeah.
And I had I'm gonna send this in private chat. I don't like using names a lot.
Wrong place, wrong time.
Check this out. He was my driver. I put it in private chat on here.
Yep, I saw it.
Okay, so he's my driver. Fucking idiot. So they said, we're up as I'm pissing into a bottle. The fucking, it goes from zero. There's no feathering the gas pedal at this point. It's, and I fucking did not expect it. And I wasn't even strapped in. And all of a sudden, and there's piss flying everywhere. And it's getting the OC. He's like, what the fuck? And I'm like, oh, damn it. And there's piss flying. And I'm like, fuck the fuck. And then my 240 isn't secured either. And so it's like bouncing and shit. So I have a fucking piss bottle in my left hand. I go to grab the 240 and we hit this giant bump and it goes pop into my chin. I bit my tongue.
Oh.
I flew back in the fucking the turret. I hit my head. Thank God I had a helmet on. I hit my head. There's piss flying everywhere now. So now my TC is punching the driver repeatedly, just punching him, screaming at him. And I'm like, fuck, I'm trying to find the cap, which is now not where I set it.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find the cap to this thing. And I ended up just going, I chucked it out.
Yeah.
And the driver's getting the shit beat out of him by it's I think my score there, but I'll just type it to you.
Oh yeah.
He's beating the fuck out of him. And this guy's driving like shit anyway. So we go up there and that 240 just hit me. My tongue's
your
bleeding.
driver was a fucking retard to begin with.
Of course. That's why I'm saying this. So the 240 had already hit me.
I know who you're talking about. That's why I say it.
And so we're sitting there and all of a sudden we pull up onto the lane and this had all just happened. And the OC's like, all right, here we go. And I'm like, fuck. So I'm doing like, I've got piss all over me. There's piss all over the OC. There's piss all over the driver and my TC. And I would have done the same, or I would have done the same thing over and over again. I just chucked it out of the fucking thing. I littered. Yeah, sorry.
Ooh.
But yeah, I know, big deal. But I was sitting there and all of a sudden I get on the 240 and there's piss all over the 240.
All right.
And I'm just like, okay. And so I grab it, and I'm sitting on there. And then we did the gunnery table. And the first, because the first phase is like you had to pull up on that berm, and then whatever. So our driver, who you know, because of all this shit, he just got the fuck beat out of him by our TC. Overshoots the fucking berm. He literally goes. He was good at driving fast, not good at driving precisely. So he goes up over this fucking berm, and then the OC is like, "You're over the berm. This is not where we need to be." And then he gets the shit beat out of him again by our TC, drops the fucker into reverse, and again, the 240 gets away from me, and just, because we're bouncing and shit, it gets away from me, hits me again in the fucking jaw. And I'm like, I start kicking the driver, and I'm like, "You stupid motherfucker!" And I'm just kicking the fuck out of him, and then I feel a hand on my leg. It's the TC telling me, "Hey, stop, just do your thing." So the time is running at this point, because it's an iteration of the gunnery table. And this happens within a matter of about a second and a half, right? This is like, what I'm explaining to you happens like in a second and a half. So all of a sudden we fucking get to where we need to be. And I'm doing my commands, that you're supposed to do for the tower and everything, like weapon off safe, engaging. And then so I go, boom, nail the targets, weapon on safe, or target destroy, weapon on safe. Bam. Okay. And then the rest of it was fucking flawless. It was just, he pulls up, I engage with 3 rounds. Bam. Good to go. Targets destroy, weapons unsafe. The rest of it was fine. But that started out so fucking rocky, and it was so shitty that it's like, oh, are we going to do? And I ended up scoring pretty well, like in the battalion, not just our company, which is good. But the only points we got docked off was for his fuck up on that first thing where he overshot the berm because he had just gotten the fuck beat out of him. And he was just in like frantic mode. So we shot 9/11 out of 1,000. And it's like, yeah, most people shot 5, 6.
I don't even remember what we did.
Yeah, but anyway, the only reason, because we looked at the score sheet, right? The only reason we got docked is from the tower going, yeah, it took you too long to do this first iteration because we had overshot. It was the driver's fault. It was the driver's fault. It was all my shit was fucking spot on and everything. But yeah, it was a very chaotic couple minutes of my life, but it was also very fun.
Y'all haven't had fun at gunnery until you've been told, Red 4, clear and elevate, return to tower. Okay. They caught us. All right. There's 2 things that will get that done to you. Actually, 3. The first one is the one you can't control. The targets are heated, so you can see them through the CITV and through the gunner's primary sight. Okay. So you can see them and you shoot them and down they go. Okay, well, now at Fort Hood, they have an agreement with ranchers to have longhorn cattle go free range.
Oh,
so
yeah.
And you can't, and at like 2,000 meters, you can't quite tell if something is an APC or a longhorn cattle.
Is this something you want to say publicly? Because we're
I can say it publicly.
Okay.
So anyway, gunner APC heat 2,000. Okay, go load it up and no problem. Okay, and all of a sudden, okay, on the way, fire, and instead of going down, the target goes. It's like
splash.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! We just hit a cattle. Red 4, clear and elevate, return to tower. Oh fuck. Okay. Yep, you just shot a longhorn cattle.
At least it didn't feel anything and suffer. My God.
It didn't suffer, but there ain't enough to go collect for steaks for supper either. It's like, holy shit.
No, it's gone. It's done. Yeah.
Because the practice heat round is nothing more than basically a concrete. It's nothing more than just concrete. It's like, holy shit. Okay.
Flying at 2,700 feet per second.
No.
Meters per second.
No, at 3,000 meters per second.
And at 120, yeah.
You're done. There's nothing left. It's like, okay. The other thing to get you to clear and elevate. Well, there's 2 other things. One other thing is with the heat round, take a Coke can, shove that on the end of the heat round, and punch a bunch of holes in it, and create the world's loudest whistle. That'll get you clear and elevate as well. Yeah. The third one is take the same heat round and take a roll of toilet paper, soak that in FRH, fire resistant hydraulic fluid, and shove that in the end of a heat round and send that down range. World's longest flamethrower. Yeah, that'll get you clear and elevate as well. Fun times. It's
or the platoon leader's beret.
Only if he's a cherry. There are two things with that. Two things. One, while he's not looking, you paint his CVC red, and two, you take his beret and you put that on the end of a heat round and send it down range.
I see no problem with that. Berets are fucking gay.
Well, yeah.
As the Air Force says, only special people wear berets.
So, oh yeah, I mean, you can get in trouble at gunnery, but those are the three ways to do it. But with your thing of going over the berm, we had one guy in 2-8 with gunnery, where they went past the berm and it wound up being driver track troops crunch right over everything, and it counted.
Oof!
It counted. It worked. They got that close, and it's like screw it, driver track troops, go GTA.
Yeah, you're rolling in a very heavy vehicle. We were rolling in 1115s, so like
we're rolling in a 72-ton massive. You ain't stopping right the fuck now.
And ours was what was the 1115s, like 12 tons?
The
apartment
at Gunnery and Bliss.
Yeah,
we were in 1025s. Those are basically 1.25 ton pickups. Those are like 8,000 pound trucks, 7,000 pound trucks.
The 1025s, like
yeah, we were in 1025s at Bliss.
We had the 1115s in Iraq, though, right?
1151s.
Or fucking Lizdexia, yes, 1151s. So we had the 1020. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, they're
we use the 1025s in training.
Okay, all right, yeah. So thank you for the clarification. So we're just rolling in 1025s, and but I guess that taught me how to fucking secure the fucking 240 because I can't trust my driver ever, because that really fucking hurt when that thing bounced off the fucking top.
You weren't the only one who ate a 240 that day.
There was a lot of people apparently.
No, wait. Who was it? I'll put it in private chat.
That one time when you say you're going to dental and you're really going to dental, yeah.
He ate shit. Yeah.
He ate a 50 cal.
Oh.
Ow.
Ooh.
He went face first into the 50 cal.
Ooh.
Ooh. Well, he went face first. Yeah.
He went face first into the back plate of the 50 cal.
Yeah.
What the fuck? His driver must have been really shitty, or he was. Well, I mean, he's dumb as shit.
Yeah.
So could have been both, but
he went face first into the back plate of a 50 cal, and he busted his mouth all like he got back from his run on the range, and he was just blood from here down.
Well, that's what I was saying. Like today, when I had some dental shit done, like I got Novocaine, and like this part of my mouth was like completely numb. I was like, it feels like I just got hit in the fucking chin really hard and bit my tongue, which I did. It's the same feeling that I had when that fucking 240 stock just fucking, I was trying to grab it and I missed it. And then all of a sudden it bounced and went boom into my fucking chin at full force as we were going like 30, 40 miles an hour, like just taking off. And it fucking did that. And I was like, oh, God damn it. And I'm trying to grab the son of a bitch and like, okay, I have to go shoot gunnery now. And I got to taste the blood in my mouth and everything. And I'm like, because I bit like halfway through my lip for like the third time. And I was like, okay. And I'm just sitting there, okay. And had to fucking do it. And I'm like,
shit.
That's why I started kicking the drivers. I'm like, you're such a fucking idiot. Like, I'm up here. Again, there's piss spraying everywhere. Once that's done, and you do it again, and it fucking hits me. So after that gunnery table, like we did that, and that's why I was just laying on the fucking bleachers. I'm like, I'm after the night qual, and then because I told you about that the other night. It was funny because so there, and the sergeant major, battalion sergeant major comes over Rosemar, and he goes, so I hear somebody, you guys, what'd you guys get? And then my TC goes, oh, we scored 911 out of 1,000 because of, he's a good gunner. He's a fucking idiot driver, and that's the only reason that we got points taken off. And then he just shakes my hand and he goes, "Good job." And my mouth is all like numb still and like swollen. I'm like, "Appreciate it, sir. Appreciate it." And I was like, "All right." And then I was just like, I just need to sleep. And then my buddy came in, who I fucked the 240 because it ran fine for me, but he didn't. Yeah, I ran that fucking thing. But anyway, so yeah, I was just like done after that, and then my mouth was swollen for a couple days, and then got over it. But a 240 does not feel good on the chin, like
no.
Well, it's got that big fucking ring of a sling swivel right on the top of the buttstock,
and that's what hit me squarely in the chin, on the bottom of the chin.
And that thing's only like that wide. It's only like not even a half-inch wide.
And you guys got the stock. We had just
we had 240 Bravos.
Yeah, you had the Deltas, right?
We had just the back plate on both the coax and the Lotus 240. Catch one of those, oh, you're hurting.
Yeah, this I mean, because we were so we're light infantry unit, so we had to have the stock on there apparently because you got to carry it, and but apparently that's what their process was.
Yeah, I know you did. Yep. Yeah, I was telling Zeno when we were in country, I tried getting our Delta Company armorer to get the parts to convert our 240 Bravos into 240 Deltas because we were doing vehicle operations with turrets. It would have been a lot nicer to have a butterfly backplate on a 240 than you can't do that. You can't do that in the 1151 turrets with body armor on.
No, you can't do that, period.
It's fucking difficult. That's the thing is I had to do on the night call, honest to God, we had the PEC
15s.
No, it was the smaller one, the
4s.
The 4s, yeah, PEC 4s. And I literally just on the night call, I had my nods on, and I just put it into my chest, into my plate.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, I cannot comfortably get behind this fucking. I mean, I can do my job, but like, it's not comfortable. I did it, whatever, that's fine. But again, like in a tank or any kind of vehicle, I have 2 inches behind me, perhaps, maybe. And with my body armor on, I'm sitting here on the 240, and I'm like, I have.
Well, and then the way the pintle mount for the 240 is on the Humvee, it puts that buttstock in the middle of the turret hole.
Right, so you can't fucking. And then if you have to,
that's about how it is for the Abrams. That's why we have to have the Delta rear butterfly mount. Well, you're not getting in with the stock. You're not getting in at all.
That's the thing. It's like the stock goes all the way back, and like, so I'm sitting here. If I'm sitting on the 240, I can't touch anything on stream. But
the gun takes up more than half of the space available for the gunner.
I have literally, for a guy my size, with my body armor and plates and all that shit in there in my pouches, I've got literally that much room. And then if I have to hand crank the turret, I free gunned it most of the time. If I have to hand crank the turret, well, then that's off, and I still don't have room to, and it was just, I wish we could have gotten the Delta adapting kits for them, because that would have made it so I can actually sit up here and like get behind the gun.
Or even better yet, you brace your feet against the radio mount and you lean back using the gun to pull yourself up, because that stabilizes the gun.
Yep. Either way. It's like, but it would have been better, but like the stock just fucking, because the stocks, I mean, on a 240, the stock is what, 12 inches, something like that?
Yeah, easily.
Yeah, and it's like, you just, because you have to work around it, and then so there's
there's no room for it in a Humvee turret.
No, and that's the thing is it was fine because I liked having the space, but actually doing like shooting, like gunnery table shit like that or whatever, it was difficult as fuck. The
only way you can shoot a 50 cal from a Humvee turret is to hang yourself from the spade grips, because you have to add your own body mass to it to stabilize
mitigate the
recoil. Yeah, that's the only way you can shoot it even semi accurately from a Humvee turret.
Right,
because I got for that gunnery table at Bliss, I got to use the 50 cal.
Right, I've actually never, come to think of it, I hadn't realized this before, I've never shot a 50 out of a fucking turret.
Yep. The only way you can do it is to literally
Yeah.
brace your feet against something inside the cab,
Just
and
lean
then
back.
lean back and pull yourself up with the spade grips.
Yeah.
You didn't actually have a pintle mount like we did, where it was actually
we did.
mounted.
We did.
Because on the Abrams, you don't have to worry about that. The actual pintle mount carries the weight and the recoil. You don't have to worry about that. Only problem you have to worry about is manhandling the 50 cal around the turret ring.
The difference is because we did have the recoil absorbing mounts on our 50 cals. We did have those. The difference is your platform weighs 72 tons.
Yeah.
Our platform weighed 8,000 pounds.
About 4 tons. Yeah.
So the 50 cal will rock a Humvee.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, the whole vehicle fucking moves.
Yeah. And it doesn't matter which direction off the truck you're shooting, whether you're shooting off the front, the sides, or the back, or any combination thereof. That truck is moving around underneath independently of the gun.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense then. Yeah.
So you have to add your own body mass to the gun just to absorb some more of that recoil that's already transferring to the truck.
Okay, to kind of offset that.
You have to add yourself in as a shock absorber.
Well, that's what I did with the 240 is like, because even a 240 will rock, it moves the vehicle. And so what I would do is like I would get behind it and I would just lean all of my weight forward onto the 240. And I would just lean all my weight on there and then just go ahead. And it was actually pretty stable. I actually like that better than the tripod. But like I just lean, because I'm a big dude, which comes in handy in a situation like that. I just lean everything in on the stock. But when you're driving, my God,
I mean, like, you have to wedge the 240 into the pintle.
Yes.
With the 50 cal, you got to drag it back into the pintle because you can't because you've got nothing that you can push against.
I suppose, and that makes sense. And like, the 240 is like that's my fucking baby. I love that thing. But
well, it's with the 240. It's with the 240 on the pintle mount. It's no different than the 240 on the bipod. You had to push into the bipod legs.
Correct. Yeah, absolutely. Yep.
It's the same concept.
Yep.
But with the 50 cal, you don't have that as an option. You gotta
drag it back.
You got to drag it back into its mount.
Yeah, that makes sense. But like, it's I mean, shooting mounted was actually pretty fucking cool. If you have a decent driver, which I did not. Or
if you're given more than one opportunity to do it before you actually have to do it.
Right. That's
the sucky part.
That's the thing is like we were doing that. We did that live fire range. I think you guys did it at Bliss.
Yeah, the convoy live fire range.
Yeah, where it was actually, and I was the rear truck.
Where I absolutely fucking sucked at doing it because it was the first time I had fired live ammunition out of a gun turret while the truck was moving.
But it's a fun experience.
Yeah. And but I didn't hit fuck all, and my TC got really pissed at. Yeah, my TC got pissed at me. I'm like, it's my first fuck.
In the chat, like type that. Why did they get pissed at you? Like, oh, okay, I can see that. Yeah, I can see that.
He got pissed at me because I didn't hit a fucking thing. It's like it's my first time ever shooting live ammunition from a moving vehicle in the fucking turret with a belt-fed weapon. And you're wondering why I can't hit anything, and we only get one opportunity to do this fucking lane.
Right. And that was a lot of I'm glad you guys had issues too, because I was the rear truck with the same TC that I typed earlier, right? And they gave me extra ammo. Because they're like, you're gonna have to pick up the targets that guys don't hit. And I was like, well, these guys are gonna hit all their targets. We're sitting there, and I think there was like 6-7 trucks when we were doing that lane.
Yeah, something like that. It was ridiculous.
And all of a sudden the targets are popping up, and I'm sitting there in the rear truck. It's also my first time shooting moving with a machine gun in a fucking, turret.
From the turret.
Yeah, this is before gunnery table, by the way. Remember that? It was before that. And so I'm sitting there, and I've got the 240 stock locked into my vest and shit, like so it's not moving. We're rolling, and I'm like, this is
terrible.
This is interesting. And all of a sudden, I'm looking and I hear gunfire and shit like that. No targets are going down. And I'm like, oh shit. Like, if we don't hit enough targets, like, they're not going to pass us and we have to pass. Okay. And so my TC is like, you can fucking do it. He hits me in the leg. He goes, you can fucking do it. Wipe that shit up. Mop that shit up. And I was like, okay. So I pulled the crank off the turret controls and I just went nailing them, fucking plastering them as we're moving. I'm just fucking, I'm not like trying to bigger dick or whatever, but it was just like something that was like fun to me. It was like a game, you know? And I was like, oh shit, you know, bam, bam. Oh, I missed that. And I ended up wiping up most of the targets that our squad or our platoon had missed. And then that's when my TC was like, holy shit, you're really good at that. And then we got to Iraq and then never got to do any of that shit. So that was fun.
Yeah.
But let's like, no, because like,
hey, guess what? Neither did I.
You were out there though.
Yeah, still didn't get to, never fired a fucking weapon.
Right. Yeah. Which is a good thing. But like, it's just one of those things. It's like, you know, everybody else was like, these people who had been deployed before were missing the fucking target. Because remember that fucking dirt road, that lane was just boom. I think they did it intentionally.
Yeah,
like,
that was,
just let it wash out because it was like so difficult and shit. But yeah, it was actually a good lane. I actually enjoyed that one because it was like,
it would have been really nice to be able to do some of those lanes. Oh, I don't know, 2 or 3 times.
Yeah, get used to it.
The first is
one
familiarization, and then as okay, we're gonna go do it, and then a record fire.
Right. Yeah. They literally for us on that particular lane, they were just like, you're going out and doing live fire today, convoy live fire, and we're like,
yeah.
What? Okay. And I'm sitting there as a fucking new PFC. I can shoot the 240. I qualified on it. I love it. I'm familiar with it. But I'm like, I've never shot from a moving vehicle
ever
and had to hit targets. And like, I don't know how to do that. I've shot at the range. That's it. And then they're like, yeah, you're going out and this is your record. Like, you have to pass this lane. Oh my God. Okay. So it was a lot of the training was like good, but a lot of it was just really fucking hasty.
Yeah.
It sounds
right. And the problem is, you know, they expected the first time they expected the first time we did it, they expected it to be pass fail.
Yes,
and they expected us to pass.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, wait a minute, if this is something new that we haven't done, you're expecting us to pass first time go?
Well, it was like when we did screening in Kuwait when we first got there. We'd never seen service rounds. And here we are basically doing gunnery in Kuwait with service rounds. It's like, holy shit. And here I am, the driver's hole. I'd never experienced a round going off right over my head.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You're in the driver's hole of an Abrams and you got the main gun going off over your head. You lose control for a good second or two because it's a huge flash. The massive concussion. And it's like, holy shit. Yeah.
And that's what the hatch closed.
Yeah.
Right. And that's what I don't understand. Like, they spend a lot of time, it seems like, throughout like Iraq and Afghanistan. Maybe they got better in the 20 teens. I don't know. But like, that's why I said maybe, because I don't know. But like, they spent so much time training us for dumb shit that we never applied over there. And the shit that we did apply, they gave us little to no. It's like, oh, we're going out and doing this. And it's like, it's pass fail. You have to do it, but it's like, it wasn't crawl, walk, run. It was just run. Here you go. Get this done.
Yep.
Check it off the box.
Yep.
And it's like, well, this actually matters.
Yeah. But that's the way the 32nd was when we were in. It was just, well, check the box and get it done. We got other stuff to do. It's like, okay, so let's hurry up and get done with the infantry stuff and the trigger pulling stuff so we can go sit around and do PowerPoint briefings.
There you go. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's what like. So you remember all the thousands of fucking PowerPoint briefings that we had to do before we deployed?
Death by PowerPoint.
We had that too.
I don't know if you guys were doing this on Cropper because you guys were so fucking busy with your rotations and everything. When we were in our downtime on Liberty, we were doing the next year's annual required PowerPoint briefings.
Yeah, we never did that. Yeah, we didn't do that because we were, again, like you said, we were just.
And it was mandatory. And it's like, I was telling them, what the fuck is the point of me doing it? I'm not going to be here next year. Well, you got to do it anyway.
Checking the box. And then we still did them after you got out, by the way. We still did all those fucking same ones.
Yeah.
So it's like
I bet Delta Company didn't.
I bet you're right. But no, Bravo did. Like, because you know, we like you said, we didn't have any downtime.
But think about it. You know, National Guard only gets a weekend a month to do all of their military fucking stuff. And every fucking weekend, they are getting swamped with PowerPoint briefing after PowerPoint briefing.
Stupid shit.
Yeah, and it's pointless stuff that doesn't apply to anybody.
It's a check in the box. It's like, okay, we're doing another fucking EO.
It's like an HR. It's like HR Karen is in charge of writing up the required training schedule.
It's like,
we have that active duty too. It's like, okay, we were there active duty, and we're doing all kinds of safety stand down and PowerPoint shit, and go out to the field once in a while. And then
the difference is that you guys. The difference is active duty. You guys had the time to do all that and still go to the field. National Guard, all of our time got taken up by these mandatory PowerPoint briefings, and we didn't have any field time.
And the problem I had was I was in the middle of them transitioning from actual battalions to brigade combat teams.
Yep.
So most of my time was spent getting shuffled from unit to unit to unit until all of a sudden, oh yeah, now you're deploying. And it's like, well, I never got any time to do any training because I was going from this unit to that unit to this unit, and you're with this unit, now you're deploying. It's like, what the fuck? Yeah.
Yeah, it's really frustrating.
And then it was, you learned this at OSET, you're good enough. It's like,
no.
Okay, I graduated OSET in January 05, and this is December 05, and y'all ain't taught me shit. Yeah.
Welcome to the Army.
Yeah.
Yeah. You should have already noticed that your last unit. My last unit was more concerned with looking good.
Yep.
That doesn't sound familiar at all, does it, Mike?
Not at all. Don't know the type.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's, I mean, we can sit here and bitch about this till the fucking sun comes up. But like, I wish that, I don't know what the hell the solution is. Like, because we got
a complete reset of everybody E7 and above.
Then what?
It wouldn't matter because it would be the same shit all over again.
Right. That's what I mean. Then what? You know, like it might be okay for a year or two, and then it's just gonna go back to the same bullshit that it is. And I mean, I guess I just wish, like, my basic in AIT, my OSIT was decent enough to prepare me for my unit, right?
Which is what it's supposed to be.
Which is exactly. And then when I got to my unit, I had good leaders. Okay. And then when we got deployed, which was not that, I mean, because I graduated OSIT Thanksgiving, the day before Thanksgiving of 2008, right? November 25th. And then I went to SRC in December for drill. I went to my first drill, and that was SRC down at Douglas. And then we went to Florida in January. So I was like, basically, I got out of the AIT and everything, got to spend the holidays with my family, and then we were deployed. Some of the training was really good. A lot of it was just like, why the fuck are we wasting time? What are we doing here?
Most of the best training we did was basically sergeant's time hip pocket training.
Yeah.
Like, hey, let's go draw out a 50 cal. Let's go draw out a 19 from the arms room. Let's grab a fucking tripod out of the platoon cage. We'll set them up in the fucking vehicle bay, and we'll go over the manual of arms.
Yep. And then, we would get a lot of our NCOs, like when we first got to the unit, right as we were deploying, they're like, okay, we're going to go get engineer tape, and we're going to do glass houses for mount.
Yep.
And believe it or not, that actually is very helpful.
Yep.
Even though you don't have a fucking a mount site to do it in, you don't have an actual room, you get the tactics and the fluid movements down.
Mm-hmm.
So when you are in a house, it's like, oh, I know how to. It's just muscle memory, right? It's just even better than it was in OSIT. Like, we got that, and they taught us like 10 gun and shit like that. Going in with the rifle underneath your arm instead of like this, because then if somebody grabs it, punch them. And then, I've noticed that like a lot of the unconventional forces have been doing that for a long time, but they taught us that kind of shit, right? They're like, all right. And then we would just sit there and do glass houses or whatever, the hip pocket, like you said, just impromptu, good leadership, mentoring people on here's how you become a better infantryman. Here's how you do this and that. Here's how you pack your shit. Here's how you pack your rucksack and whatever for a ruck march. Here's how you do this more efficiently. Blah, blah, blah. Here's how you wear your gear. Here's how you put your ammo pouches on to be more efficient to you. Little things like that add up, and then it works. That was good.
And it's not just going through the motions, and it's not just learning. Right. Okay, this is what we do. It's also building camaraderie within the fire teams and the squads.
There you go.
Because
go ahead.
Go ahead, Zeno.
If you want to see a laugh and a half, have a tank platoon go do building clearing who has never really done infantry training, and especially have the guy up front who's carrying a shotgun. I won't say who, but I know that you can blow off locks to the shotgun, and that was a starter pistol for okay, everybody go now. So basically, blow off the lock, and I'm shoved in first as I'm trying to rack another round in, and everyone else is behind me, shoved me in, and all of a sudden, oh, guess what? There's several bags of ammonium nitrate over here, and there's several gallons, like several drums of diesel over here, and it's like, oh shit, this is an ID factory. Oh fuck, yeah, that's that'll make you blow an O-ring real quick.
That's doesn't sound why the fuck. Well,
that was under our first CO who wanted to prove that we could hold our own with the infantry, that we could be as good as 101st. It's like, dude, 101st is infantry. This is what they do. We are on tanks. This is what we do.
That's the thing is, I would never, ever say, oh, I'm just going to hop in the fucking driver's compartment of a tank, of an Abrams, and just fucking drive it. I would never do that just to try to prove something. I'd be like, no, they have guys who are really good at that, who do that. We're really good at what we do. We all work together. There's no proving anything.
And see, this is a conversation I had with Zeno years ago. It's like, here's the thing though, is that you can't just take any swinging dick in the military and throw them in an infantry unit and expect them to be able to perform like an infantryman.
Correct.
However, there's a good portion of infantrymen where if a tank crew, let's say they lost one man for whatever reason, injury, illness, wounds, KIA, whatever, and they're working with an infantry unit, they can be like, hey, we need a body. We don't care what we don't care. We need a body.
Tell me what to do. Tell me how to do it.
Tell me what to do, and we can do it.
Yeah,
infantry is, because our job requires us to be so versatile and adapting to a changing situation. We can get thrown into it, and with basic instruction, we can at least be useful. I'm not going to say competent. I'm not going to say good. I'm going to say useful.
Yeah, maybe. There's a lot of dipshits in the infantry, though.
Yeah, but there's also a lot of smart guys in the infantry. If you were to take one of the smart infantrymen and throw him in the tank and say, "Hey, you're the loader. This is what you need to do."
If we're in the loader's hatch, you'd be okay. And we'd be able to basically work from there. We wouldn't throw in the TC's, gunners, or driver's hatch.
No, and I wouldn't expect that either.
Yeah,
but the loader, all you got to do is sling rounds into that cannon.
Sling rounds and operate at 240. Okay, there you go.
And we know how to operate 240s.
But basically, I think
don't try to make tankers into infantry. Don't try to have us do building clearing, because it ain't gonna work.
No, it's not. Building clearing is probably the hardest part of infantry, to be honest.
It's also the most fun.
Yes, but however, pause for dramatic effect, it's really difficult, and it requires a fucking shitload of hours getting trained properly to do it, or everybody's going to get fucking
your
killed.
ass. Yeah, and busting your ass.
Well, it goes from building clearing to all of a sudden, oh shit, here's an IED factory, and oh fuck, now what do we do? And oh, by the way, we're in 101st AO, and we're supposed to be backing them up, not doing their damn job. And that's when you get into a pissing contest of whose AO is this.
Yeah, and that's
and why aren't you on your tank supporting us?
That was also the big one too, where our PL got his ass chewed by 101st. Yeah,
you guys stay in your fucking tanks. We'll go clear the fucking buildings.
Stay in your tank and do tank things.
Yes. We'll stay on the ground and we'll walk around and we'll kick in doors and shoot locks off doors, all that shit. We'll clear IED factories. Here's the thing: is you guys have your job, we have ours. That's the way I always looked at it. I'm like, I don't think I could do. I could not be a tanker, right?
Yeah.
Unless I did it and I was trained for it, and even then you get to your unit. That's the thing is, I think MPs, their whole problem is when they get to their units, they're all just like this big jerk off contest. And like this fucking suck fest of like, oh, we're so much better than everyone. We can do everyone else's job. And I don't know. Here's a little anecdote, Zeno. When I was in Iraq, we were there for about 3 months or somewhere around there. And this new MP unit gets there to relieve the other MP unit. They're a National Guard unit, right? And they're from Connecticut. And this E4 walks up to me and he goes, "Hey man, how you doing?" I'm like, "I don't want to be here." I literally said that. And he's like, "Oh, how long have you been here?" I'm like, 3 months, and it fucking sucks. And he goes, "Oh, well, what's your MOS?" And I was like, 11 Bravo. He goes, "What the fuck are you doing here?" I was like, there you go. That's the same question I've been asking myself since we fucking got here, but nobody seems to have an answer. He goes, "Well, I mean, I suppose that makes sense because, MPs are just like infantry, except we deal with UCMJ. And I was like having one of those days, and I'm like, okay, answer me this then. If you're just like infantry, you do all the shit. I'm like, how do you adjust the headspace and timing on a 249? A saw? Yeah, correct. Well, I don't know. And I said, how do you adjust the headspace and timing on a 240 Bravo? He was like, well, the same that you do on a 50 cal.
No.
And I just looked at him and I said, if you don't adjust the headspace and timing on a 249 saw, why in the fuck would you adjust it on a 240 Bravo, which is a bigger version of the saw? Well, that's not vital infantry stuff. I'm talking about like kicking in doors and like clearing rooms and shit. And I was like, okay, go ahead and just fuck off. I was like, just go away. Like, you need to get away from me right now. And I'm like, what the, like, apparently, Jake, you can adjust the headspace time on a 240 Bravo the same that you do on a 50 cal.
I wonder if you can use the same gauge.
Why not?
He probably doesn't even know what the fuck a headspace fucking and timing gauge looks like. He probably has never used one. He's probably never used one.
I've actually been thinking about buying one to use as a keychain.
I have them. I have a headspace, or are they timing? No, it's a timing gauge set because they're the thin ones. But like, I actually have a set that I bought for like $10 back in the day. They're heavy. But,
yeah.
I mean, but he says that's not. I'm talking about like, that's not vital infantry stuff. I'm talking about like kicking in doors and stuff. And I'm like, how in the fuck is not knowing how to operate a weapon or how it works not vital infantry shit? Like, what are you talking about? Oh my! And then that fucking prick MP who came in that one time to turn in his fucking saw to the arms room, and he's got a para-barrel on it, and everything. Like, he's all high speed, and he's got a nutsack on it. And I look in and I said, I'm not taking this weapon as it is. He goes, why not? I said, your rounds are backwards and your nutsack. It's not a functional weapon. It's not combat ready. He goes, what are you fucking talking about? Like, you think we're going to see combat here? I said, do you understand we're in Iraq? Like, do you understand where we're at? Like,
yeah.
And I'm like, I'm not taking this weapon. He goes, well, I'll get my first sergeant. I said, go for it. Please fucking do. Get out of my arms room. So he comes back with his first
3 years and come back to me with that.
Right. And then so he comes back with his first sergeant, and the first sergeant's like, hey, Private, why are you not taking his weapon? I said, well, first sergeant, with all due respect, if you go ahead and inspect the starter bag on your specialist's weapon, you'll realize the rounds are backwards and it's combat ineffective. He goes, what? So the guy hands him his weapon. He goes, what the fuck is wrong with you? He's like, well, he won't, so he got his ass fucking reamed. And the first sergeant comes to me, he goes, I apologize, it will not happen again. I said, cool. So he comes back in after getting an ass chewing for a while, and I inspect the nut sack and everything. The rounds are in the correct way.
Wow.
I said, all right, what's your serial number? He didn't know. And I was like, what's your serial number? He goes, it's a saw. And I was like, no, that's not a serial number. What's your serial number? So I'm looking at it, and then his first sergeant's there, and I was like, and he goes, just fucking give me a break. I'm like, nope, I'm not giving you a break. I was like, I'm not taking this weapon. I hand it back to him, and the first sergeant comes in. He goes, is there another problem? And I'm like, your soldier doesn't know the serial number on his weapon that he's carrying.
Okay. I still know a serial number on my M9. I
still know my M4 from Iraq, Whiskey 111774.
I don't know mine. I didn't care enough.
Well, no, it got like ingrained into us, and like I don't remember my one from basic, but I remember my fucking one from Iraq, and I still remember my 240 serial number.
I remember my M4's rack number. It was 42.
There you go. But anyway, so that was the kind of shit we dealt with MPs, and it's like, hey, as infantrymen at the time, Jake, because you knew your fucking serial number in Iraq, correct?
Yeah, I knew it. I knew it by heart while we were there.
There you go. And so
as soon as it no longer mattered, it got flushed from my memory.
Right, but I remember dumb shit like that. It's a weird thing that my
oh, that's because you're an autist.
Probably. Well, actually, on the other end, I think I've got ADHD really bad, and I just remember weird shit, and it'll come back and like. But anywho, but that's the thing is like, as an infantryman, as combat arms, you know your fucking serial number, you know your equipment, because your equipment is what keeps you alive.
Yep.
And everybody else around you alive. You have to know that shit. It's not about clearing rooms, because here's the thing is you can't fucking clear rooms if you don't know your equipment.
Well, that's kind of like me. Take care of your tank, it'll take care of you. And carry it over my other shit. Take care of your equipment, it'll take care of you, because if you don't take care of your shit, it'll pay it forward when you need it most.
Oh yeah. And when I saw that fucking MP's rounds in his nutsack backwards, I was like, what are we doing here? And he's like, we're not going to be in combat here. And I was like,
okay.
You literally right on the other side of that fucking wall
exactly
is Iraq.
Yeah.
And where do you think we are right now? That's what I told. I was like, where do you think we are? Like,
yeah.
Like, we're and it doesn't matter. Even if we were on a fucking base in the States, why don't you know? Why were you issued a fucking saw? B, how do you not know which way the fucking rounds face?
Okay.
Like, well, you know what I mean? Like, yeah. Well, that's not vital infantry shit, though. That's not. We're talking about kicking in doors. That's vital infantry shit. And the MPs can do all that shit. And I'm like, yeah, fuck, no.
Well, it's kind of like being armor. It was pounded into us that you're the tip of the spear, and you do shock and awe. And here's vehicle ID. Every enemy vehicle will be a BTR, a BMP, or a T-series tank. Yeah. Okay, cool. And it's basically shoot first and ask questions later. Well, we deploy and we pull into a refueling fob, and basically it's one of these deals where it's a square fob, and it's basically you have one entrance and one exit, but it's not really clear as to which is the entrance and which is the exit. So we start pulling in, and I'm up in the loader satchel, like, okay, kind of relax a bit. And I see a BMP2 pull into the other side. It's like, oh shit. So I drop back down and basically chucking a heat round. It's like, oh shit, we got a BMP coming in. And all of a sudden I'm told, stand down, hang on. It's IA. I'm like, hang on a minute here. Okay, hang on. And no one told us that it was Iraqi army that was operating BMPs, because for the longest time we were taught, enemy vehicles are BMPs. You see a BMP, load heat, and send it down range. Take them out.
It's over. Yep.
No one told us that.
That's standard operating. That was your standard operating procedure.
Yeah. No one told us that Iraqi army operates BMPs and BTRs.
T-72s as well. So yeah.
Yeah. No one told us that. So all of a sudden I see a BMP show up at the fob, and it's like, oh shit. And I'm getting to shit myself, dropping a heat round. And it's like, no, hold on. And yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing is, it's, I don't know. I mean, people, again, stay in your fucking lane. That was probably the best quote I've heard in the military is stay in your lane. Like, stay in your lane, communicate. Probably the second thing is good. But like, just people have jobs in the military for a reason. If everybody could do everybody's job, you wouldn't have MOS training.
Yeah.
Okay. And it's like, we're specialized at one thing. Okay. Infantry's pretty cocky about it. Whatever. It's whatever. So is armor, MPs, whatever. You can be cocky about whatever you want to do. In the grand scheme of things, in Iraq, it was interesting. The only flack I ever got from another MOS was from MPs. It wasn't from fucking 88 mics. It wasn't from, well, at that point it was 21 series. Now it's 12 series, like engineers and shit.
Yeah.
It was never from them because they're like, oh, you're 11 Bravo? Right on. I'm this, right on. Yeah, cool. Fine. Marines never gave us flack. We'd always be like, what's your MOS? Because it's kind of a curiosity thing of like where different jobs end up, like where, why they're there, whatever.
Yeah.
And it's a conversation starter. And the Marines would go up, they'd be like, oh, what's your MOS? I'm like 11 Bravo. They're like, oh, so you're infantry. Yeah. What are you doing here? I'm like, and then what's your MOS? Well, we're 03 as well, but they were out running convoy shit, doing Marine things. No flack whatsoever. From even pogues, like Air Force people, they didn't fucking do anything. The only people that were like, we can do your job better than you were the MPs. And I'm like, well, I don't claim to be a fucking MP. So why are you, your job's just the easiest. That's why it has the shortest AIT time.
Sure.
That's because they want to get you to your fucking unit so they can train you better. And it's like, okay, it's not as technical. Sure, you fired a rifle in basic. Good for you. Good for you. You threw grenades. Nice. You did all the standard shit that everybody literally does.
As I just got your second email. You want me to pull those pictures up?
Yeah.
All right, we'll do that, and then I'm going to take off because, I got to...
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, we've been on here for almost 4 hours anyway.
Oh,
Time flies, man. Time flies when you're just shooting the shit, and it's
But I mean, it's one of those things where we were doing thunder runs in Iraq. They said they ended in like 03 after the invasion. Oh no, we were doing thunder runs in 06.
No, I know you were. Like, that's the thing. In Afghanistan, tanks are not really a good idea. It's very hard to use them.
Terrain.
Right. For the most part, they were. I've talked to some guys that said that like at Kandahar and Kabul and everything, they had tanks just pulling security, but going out doing the shit that you guys did. But Iraq is, it's a different story.
Oh yeah.
All right. So got it up, Jake.
Yep. That's one of the. He sent 4 more pictures. That's one of them.
Yeah, that's one from my TC, from my tank commander. That one I believe was taken. I want to say it was Camp Stryker at the motor pool. I want to say it was. I'm not fully sure.
Yeah, because I remember. Yeah, the sunsets, dude. Like for a minute, can we all agree the sunsets in Iraq were fucking gorgeous?
And the sun rises.
Both, yes, both. Absolutely fucking gorgeous.
Yeah,
I mean, incredible. I've never seen anything that can compare to it. Like, in different parts of the country and the world and shit. But yeah, they were fucking awesome. Anyway.
Let's grab this
one.
That's
at Stryker. Interesting. Yeah, because that's 06. So it would still be built up a little bit, but.
And that is my tank just off of Route Caprice. That was pre us getting blown up.
So it's the goat path, but you can see the palm grove or the date. Those are date trees, looks like.
Yep.
Yeah, we basically pulled route security for 101st once we helped them get it back under control.
Yeah.
I really like that 50 cal mount where it's got the spade up on top.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
So you can lean back then, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's also for AA purposes too.
Yeah, so you can just pop it down. Yep.
But yeah, there's the CITV and there's the GPS.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. 122 infantry.
Yep.
Charlie 1. What was it? 1-4. 1-4. Okay.
Yeah, if you notice the with the left number one skirt, it's pushed out a little bit. There's a reason for that. The left number one, not that one. The other one. Yeah, that one's pushed out a little bit. There is a
yeah, I couldn't tell.
Yeah, there's a reason for that. When our tank, when I flipped it, the track came off the road wheels and pushed out the number one skirt a bit. Yeah, yeah. We'll just say that the driver's night periscope gives you no depth perception whatsoever. And when there is a vehicle on the other side of a land bridge and you can't judge the distance and you try to go over a bit and wind up off the land bridge, you kind of, bad
Flip
things
tank?
happen.
Yeah.
You can't flip it. Yeah, bad things happen. Especially at like 2 a.m. Yeah.
That's funny as shit. I could say I've talked to somebody who's flipped a fucking tank.
And I still got a driver T badge. Yeah.
Was this before or after you guys were warned to keep an eye out for nuclear submarines in the canals?
I think this was before.
Okay, that's probably why you were warned about it too. They didn't want your tank to eat a torpedo.
Yeah. And that one was near the water treatment facility, near one of the Soviet power plants they had. Not nuclear power plants, it was a coal-fired plant. That was not our tank. That was not our wingman tank. That was Alpha Section 1-3. No, let me rephrase. Alpha Section 1-1, not 1-2. That was Alpha Section 1-1. That was our. There's 4 tanks in a platoon. There is 1-1 and 1-2. 1-2 is the PL's tank, and then 1-3 and 1-4, and 1-4 is the platoon sergeant's tank, and that was Alpha 1-1.
So that was a platoon leader's tank?
No, that was the platoon leader wingman's tank.
Okay.
We were coming in to relieve them. I don't remember if I took that through the loader's hatch or what I took that photo through. I'm not sure why it has a greenish hue to it.
Judging by the camera height, I would say you probably took it through a driver periscope.
I probably did.
That would be my guess. Okay, I gotta. Here's.
And that one, I took that one from Tower 4 in Abu Ghraib. You ain't going to see that one very often. That's the sign up right off Route Michigan.
Yeah, Route Michigan was black when we were there in 2009.
Yeah, it wasn't any better in 06.
That's it. That's all he sent.
Cool.
So, yeah, I mean, it's not going to be as detailed as what you had for the World War II photos, but you try and get what you can when you're in sector. You're not always going to.
I'm aware. The thing is, I got a lot of pictures that I got a. Basically, I had a memorandum that was like signed, especially so I could take photos in the TIFF at a certain point as a unit historian. I had all those pictures, all the videos that I've been talking about on an external hard drive, an actual external hard drive. When I moved in 2012, that external hard drive is MIA. So I lost about 80% of my photos and videos from my deployment. I've still got a few. Like I'll just show you this because you don't have Facebook, but I'll just pull this up really quick. Here's us in let me hold on for a sec.
You missed all the fun of taking photos with disposable cameras, taking them into the Haji shop, getting them developed, and then having a few photos missing. And then as you walk out of the Haji shop, CID intercepts you and starts asking you questions of, so there was an individual in one of these photos. Where were you? And when was this photo taken? Because apparently it's an individual who is a HVT, or you took a photo inadvertently of someone who is SF or higher.
Yeah.
Whoops. Yeah. And yeah,
Let me.
we've had
Let's
that
pull
too,
up a couple
where to
pictures.
change somebody and take them back to wherever, and then they just disappear and they wind up not being Haji. It's like, yeah. And they weren't Haji. It's like, what's going on here? Yeah.
What's going on there is the movie called Body of Lies.
What's going on there is somebody above SF is involved.
Yeah. Why don't you tell me what's going on here?
Yeah, somebody whose pay grade is way above mine, who I should not know about, and who I should just forget about. Yeah. We've had that happen a few times too.
Or taking a picture of the underside of an Apache.
Oh, I got my ass chewed for that one. Oh, I got my ass chewed. You take a photo of the underside of an Apache, and all of a sudden it does 90-degree turn. It's like, oh, and it sets on flares, and it's like, oh yeah. That's that chief warrant officer shit his pants, and I got my ass chewed by my TC. And when we got back to Stryker, oh yeah, because apparently it sets off the Apache's
defense systems.
Yeah, it sets it off. Their automatic defense system against rockets. And apparently considered my camera's flash as a rocket signature. Yep. So yeah. So it just, oh yeah. Yeah, that photo got deleted.
Yeah, you probably should have waited to get home to get that one developed.
Yeah, that one, ooh, yeah. I got my ass chewed both by my CO and by the PL and by my platoon sergeant. And yeah, it was made known to me that do not take photos of them. Ever. Yeah.
I got enough pictures I can fucking
yeah.
Let's see. Stuff. I'll share this. I'll just show this to you. You know, some of the people may be interested, but this is, I've got a few. These are from my Facebook. These are what I have. So that's in Kuwait. And it was funny because I posted this on a reenacting group Facebook page.
You're showing your folder, not the actual pictures.
God damn it!
Yeah, can you like blow it up?
Yeah.
I can
Hold on.
He shared the wrong screen.
Yeah, okay. Share screen. There we go. Good to go.
That's you, damn. Well, considering that you saw a photo of me and that was about 70 pounds lighter now.
Well, yeah, I was 40 pounds lighter in this one, but I was
Your
also
nose wasn't quite so red in that one either, Zeno.
No. Hey.
Okay, so this is in Kuwait. This is and I posted this picture. It was funny on a Facebook reenacting group a few years ago. After my buddy who was in Desert Storm as an MP, but he was there and posted a picture of him in Desert Storm wearing chocolate chips, carrying an M16A1. And then jungle boots, Vietnam, like green jungle boots in Desert Storm. And they're like, no, that's because he's like, hey, how do you like this impression? Because people were getting just absolutely stupid about it. Well, they didn't have green jungle boots in Desert Storm. They didn't carry A1s, they had A2s, blah, blah, blah. And he's like, okay. And so I posted this one. I said, so I had 10,000 or something dump trucks come in and just dump a bunch of sand in the background to like get this photo set for my my OIF impression for 09. What do you guys think? They're like, well, they never put shotgun rounds or any kind of ammo in their molly pouches like that. And
yeah,
you have your weapon on you and shit. And I'm like, oh, okay, yeah. And just going on. And then there was a guy who was a fucking warrant officer. He was a fucking Apache pilot. He goes, it's so far. And they also bitched at me about the Apache pilot was on my side, by the way. He saw through the joke. So I'll get to that. Right. So you see on my helmet, I've got my my foliage band over my rhino or my nods mount.
Over your rhino mount, yeah.
So there was a reason for that, is because the nods that I was issued, the whole fucking deployment, the rhino mount sucked, and I asked for a new one, and it didn't happen because it was so loose, it would just wiggle nonstop. Oh, yeah. And so I would take my foliage band and I would put it on the outside of the rhino mount when I put it on there, so we keep it a little bit more snug, and it worked, right? They're like, no. nobody ever would put it over their mount. They'd always put it underneath. And I was like, oh, okay. Yeah. Thanks for the advice. Yeah. Okay. I'll take that into my consideration for my impression. These fucking people just didn't get it. And they're like correcting me on shit. And I'm like, this was literally a week before I went to Iraq. This is in Kuwait. We're at a range. I'm like, this is what I wore. I'm like, go fuck yourself. And yeah, that's on the plane ride. That's on the C-130 up to Iraq.
Oh, that was a fun ride. If your ears didn't pop, you had a massive headache.
Oh my God. I didn't realize how much they fucking C-130 made your head shake. Like the reverberation.
Wow.
But this is right before it was like idling right now, but it was before we took off. I was scared shitless. I'm like, because
you should tag, you should post this on your Facebook page and tag John in it.
He is the one who tagged me. This is his picture.
Okay.
And I forgot that he had this, but he actually has a different account now. But like, yeah, so that was me and him, and I was scared shitless, and it was like, okay, here we go. This is at Ali Asalim in Kuwait, and then we're on there, and I forgot who took this picture. He must have given his camera or something to somebody, because we were both listening to music on my iPod, right? That's that earphones and shit.
No.
And so we were just listening to music, and then all of a sudden we flew up and we were in Iraq like an hour and a half later. And so that's me about, I don't know, 3 months in. I was fucking tired as shit. But
you look enthused.
I was not. So that flag behind me, I sent it to because my teacher from high school, who I actually just did a presentation in his classroom a couple weeks ago, he got that flag from his mentor, who was a Vietnam veteran, came back and was a teacher. It's an original like OG cotton Wisconsin flag from like the 50s, right? And so he's like, hey, when I went over there, he's like, hey, would you be willing to like take this over there with you? And because it was in Vietnam, and he's like, it'd be cool if you took it to Iraq. And I said, okay, yeah. So I did that, and then I got this picture for him while I was there, and sent it to him for the kiddos to see that this flag. And then I just saw the flag a couple of weeks ago, and it still exists. But yeah, I just took this picture for him. But yeah, I was not really enthused. And then that's at Al-Fa Palace in Baghdad.
Wow, you actually got to go in there? Holy shit.
I got 1 day off the entire fucking deployment, and I spent it going to Al-Fa, right?
You got a day off? What is this thing called a day off?
1 day off and fucking whatever. Jake got a lot of days off.
I got a lot of days off, but I had such a piss poor chain of command that they didn't let us go anywhere because they were afraid of us getting lost.
Right. And I got 1 day off, and I went with my team leader to the palace. We're like, well, what do you want to do on your day off? Like because I was telling you on the last stream, we had to work 6 days a week, 12 hours a day minimum. And you don't get a day off because it's like you're sleeping and then you have to get everything done on that 1 day, blah, blah, blah. But we were given like an extra day off. And so my team leader's like, we should go see the sights, I guess. And so we went to the bazaar on Liberty, which is fucking awesome. That's where I got my hookah. Amazing. But anyway, this is the 1 day I had like kind of off the whole fucking time we were there. So we went to Al-Fa, and like that's standing in front of the chandelier. I'm standing on the top of the palace right there.
Holy shit, you in a boonie hat. That's sacrilege.
I fucking love the boonie hat, man. I wore that bitch as long as I possibly fucking could. Oh God. Like
we weren't allowed to.
Nobody liked it, but it was authorized, and we actually fucking made it. We actually brought the issue up, and we were like, this is authorized between these months and this, whatever. So I always wore my fucking boonie hat because it kept the fucking sun off my neck.
Yeah.
With a PC or a helmet, like it doesn't keep the sun off your fucking neck.
It doesn't keep
that's kind of the whole point of a boonie hat.
Right. Yeah. And that's why I wore the fuck out of that thing. And it was funny because when I would wear it around like to Al-Fa, all the pogues and shit were like, what is he? And I'm like, I'm not going to listen to you, so go fuck off. But yeah, and then there's me in front of the entrance door to the palace.
Damn.
Yeah, it was a fun day, and we got a lot of pictures. And then so this one, well, these are not in order, but like so this is one of the Iraqi guys that He was a good dude. He was a really good dude. And I was protesting like 3 months in, like I was protesting but not wearing a combat patch because I'm like, this is a fucking retarded deployment, so fuck you. So that's why I don't have a combat patch on. But like,
Yeah.
it was good to go. But like, I went through like most of the deployment not wearing one because I'm like, this is like being in fucking garrison. It's so stupid. But anyway, so yeah, it was one of the Iraqi guys that I was with. I trusted him. He was a good dude. He was really proficient. He's probably dead now. I'm pretty sure he's dead.
If it's 0-9, it's better than what we had in 06, where they'd shoot you just as soon as to look at you.
Well, no, that was most of the guys we were with. But like, I'm saying this is one of the guys that I trusted. You know, like the vibe and everything. I trusted him. He was really good. So this is what I was trying to get to. So this is the same
Flintstone
day.
Village.
Yes, exactly. So right on the other side of like this. No, that was in the. It's a different palace, but so Saddam was notorious for loving like American culture, right?
Yeah.
And one of the things he loved was the Flintstones, right? And he had an entire like life-size recreation of the Flintstone Village that I'm standing right in front of an elevator, right, for his grandchildren, and it was literally bedrock. It's huge. It's a big place. And there's like elevators, there's rooms, there's like stairs and shit. It's all like bedrock themed. And nobody knows about this. And it's right across the little pond from the Victory Over America Palace that was still under construction when we bombed the fuck out of them in 03. But like, yeah, it's a really cool little place we went to. And again, I lost most of my pictures, but I still have this one. And yeah, it was a cool thing. And then there's me and John again. This is in Texas. We're at the 240 range, yeah. And then our gear is still pretty new, if you can tell at that point. But like,
it's not faded out to white.
Yeah, we'd just gotten back from CIF.
Well, no, this is about a month in. But like, well, you can see my collar's got some shit on it. Like,
yeah, but this was really quick, really fresh after CIF. It was.
Yeah, it's about a month. Yeah, it's the whole point. Yeah,
that's why it's still clean.
Yep, and my shit was already getting dirty. I can see that the fucking sweat and GSR right there. But yeah, this is in Texas before we went over, and I forgot who took this picture too. But
holy shit, you guys got the new body armor. You didn't have the whole.
Yeah,
no, we got the IOTVs.
Yeah, the IOTVs are fucking awesome.
I fucking didn't like them, but I prefer the IBA. But to each their own. I mean, yeah,
Well, the IBA was lighter, but the IOTV fit better.
It did, but it was hard to move in it.
Yeah.
Like when you're dismounted and shit, it's really hard to move in an IOTV. An IBA, it's like wearing a heavy jacket.
Yeah.
And you can run, you can sprint.
And for what we were doing with a lot of vehicle ops, the IOTV was fine.
Exactly. And for us, we weren't doing vehicle ops. And it fucking sucked. It was just like, I don't know how to describe it. It's kind of like your SpongeBob where your arms can never go down to your sides. It's just fucking always out here. I'm ready. And with the IBA, I could a lot more range of motion. And also putting the IOTV on sucked. The IBA is done. The IOTV is, if you got to do it, because we had to do it quick a lot. Like we had shit where it was like, you need your armor on now. And I'm like, fuck, take my fucking shit off, okay, the belt or the fucking Velcro band, and then fucking versus again, the IBA is throw it on, done. So
although with the IBA, someone got the great idea to try to do the side sappy plates where you want to be in like the little kid in A Christmas Story. I can't put my arms down. Yeah.
Well, that's what the IOTV was. That came with side sappies.
They were built in.
Yeah, and the plates in there. And
doing this shit. Hell no.
It's like, you can see in the picture even like my arms are not straight down. They're like, it's out. And for dismounted shit, it was so fucking heavy. It was just cumbersome. I would have preferred the IBA, but I thought when they were new, it was like, oh, this is cool. And then I'm like, actually don't.
No, that'll last half a minute.
Yeah, and so
I actually preferred the IOTV mainly because I never had an IBA that fit me properly or that fit me well.
They never fit anyone properly.
But the IOTV, the way that it was designed, it actually supported its own weight. So
yeah,
if you use the elastic cummerbund on the inside,
which I did, and it wore out.
Yeah,
that's the problem. Is like when you do a bunch of dismounted shit and you're running and sprinting and shit for a long time, it starts to wear that band out, and it just doesn't take as much weight as you think of. And that's I was just like, well, if all the weight's on my shoulders anyway, I might as well just wear a fucking IBA. Like, so
a lot of the guys that were doing mounted vehicle ops with me, they didn't even bother wearing it, and they're always complaining about, oh, this thing's my shoulders hurt. It's like, are you wearing the elastic band? Well, no. There you go.
Well, I was wearing the elastic band and my shoulders still got fucked up. So.
Yeah. Well, you were running. We were sitting in trucks.
Right. That's the thing is like, yeah, but even like, so like, imagine guys that like, Jonesy, he was in Afghanistan and he was wearing an IOTV for a while, and they got some like weird plate carriers they got for them. Like they're experimenting. But yeah, he said the IOTV, he didn't like it that much either. And they just went to plate carriers because of that. And
well, plate carriers are what they should be using instead of fucking full on
for dismounted shit. So the full on body armor is for mounted ops. It really is, because when you're dealing with IEDs, you have to have as much cover and protection on your body as possible. When you're dismounted, it doesn't matter if you get hit in the fucking leg or whatever, as long as your vitals are covered and you've got a chance.
And that's the thing is a lot of people I've talked to have complained about, oh, well, the plate carriers, they don't cover enough. It's like they cover exactly what they're supposed to cover. They cover the organs that if they get damaged, you are going to die.
Yes. You have a really high probability of it dying, or you dying. And then, I mean, here's the thing, in combat, like dismounted combat, you're going to get shot.
But the army is so fucking risk adverse. They don't want anybody to get so much as a fucking hangnail in combat. It's like, well, it's fucking combat. Shit happens.
We don't want to pay out the SGLI, so we're going to spend trillions on body armor
that nobody's going to want to wear.
Right.
Our body armor, there was a lot of IBAS that was defective, and that affected all of 4ID. And my IBAS was defective, and I was just told, well, just wear it anyway. It may protect you anyway. It's like, it's defective. It's been recalled, but we got to wear it anyway. What the fuck?
Right. Like, I mean, that's the thing too, is like, it was funny because like when we got back, there was this big recall on our fucking helmets, our ACHs. And I don't actually think mine was one of them. I got to keep my ACH.
Wow.
Yeah. Well, I worked around that and, acquired some things and then turned that in instead. But no, I have my original ACH from deployment and from when I was in and everything, so it's pretty cool. But anyway, I think like Josie and I were talking about this one time. I don't know if it was on a stream or just us talking, but like plate carrier, a few mag pouches, water, a compass usually helps as an infantryman, and a first aid, an IFAC. That's what the infantryman's loadout should be, because you can move, you're versatile, it's not weighing you the fuck down. And the helmet, of course, is very important. People really underestimate the importance of a fucking helmet, not just for fucking getting shot, but like you fall.
Impact protection.
Yep. And you fall, you hit your head on shit. Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say you run into something. Fuck, I don't know how many times I protected my head running into a fucking door frame.
Oh my God. Or just like a fucking a wall or something, like when you're like going up and you're like diving for something, like diving for cover, and you eat shit. It's like, if I wouldn't have the helmet on, my head would be split the fuck open right now. Like,
climbing into or out of a truck and hit your head on the fucking door frame of the Humvee.
Oh yeah. You are falling out of the back of a fucking 5-ton. Like,
yeah.
Eating shit because your legs are so fucking numb. Whatever. It's like a helmet's a very, very vital piece of military equipment, I think.
And not just for ballistic resistance.
No. It's ballistic part it's not made for that per se. But like,
it's nice to have.
It's heavy. It's fucking. And I told you, like, the pads that I had in mine, I bought them. They're the Oregon Aero BLSS kit conversion thing, so they're a lot thinner, softer. But my God, was that fucking thing hot? It was hotter than two rats fucking in a wool sock. But I traded that off for comfort because people would put my helmet on and they'd be like, "Oh my God, this is like a fucking sofa on your head. It's so comfortable." And I'm like, "Yeah, it is."
Those pads, yeah.
With the really nice, they're fucking. It was like a $60 set of pads back in 2009, but I bought them, and I was like, I'm rolling with these, and I had more pads than what was issued. I think there's 9 issued. 1, 2, 3, 4, or yeah, I think there's 9 issued.
7.
I had 12, and I placed them in the exact spots where it was just super. It like was form fitting to my skull.
Yep, there was 4 of the little ovals. There was 2 of the quadrilaterals, and then there was 1 dome.
Yeah, so I had 1, 2, 3, 4, I had 6 of the little ovals, but they were thinner. I had 6 of those, 2 trapezoids. So I had 9. That's where I got the. Okay, I fucked that up. So I had 9 pads total instead of 7. But
yeah, and I never had an issue with the. Never had an issue with the OEM pads on those.
Some people didn't, but I can't handle. They were too like hard, you know. They were like rigid.
Yeah.
And these pads were like soft, and then they form fit.
And what I did with mine is I put the crown pad up in the top. Obviously, I put one of those, one of the trapezoid pads, front center and back center. Yeah. And then the ovals, the front 2, I put them horizontally. And then the back 2, I put them vertically right next to the trapezoid.
Right. And that's a cool thing about, having it be versatile. Zeno, when you were in Iraq, did you have a Mitch or an ACH?
Yeah, we had an ACH.
Yeah.
When basically when our tank was stopped, we were just doing road security. We had our ACH, but when we were in operation, we had our CVCs.
Yeah, of course, yeah. But you still wear a fucking helmet, like
It's still wear a helmet. It won't give you full protection. I mean,
but if you're banging your head against shit,
well, if you've noticed, there's like a nice little, there's a nice little divot like right in here, and another one like right in here, and there's another one like right here, and one right here. And those are skull fractures from when I got blown up, and I was wearing my CVC. And I got
it's still gonna protect you from that, yeah.
And I got thrown around the driver's hole. But if I didn't have my CVC on, I would have been killed.
Yeah.
But I was driving. But we got blown up and we got thrown around. But yeah, I mean, basically, it'll keep you alive. It won't protect you from everything, but it'll keep you alive.
Well, that's the thing too. Is like I was saying is like I have a good friend who was 4th ID as well. When Jonesy was there, he's actually in the sister squadron. And he got shot. He was a gunner on a Humvee, and he got shot in the helmet. And the ACH, it went through. Like, here's mine, right?
Yeah.
This band, it's the same band, but it's fucked. The elastic is completely fucked. And like that.
Okay.
I did that. Jake, I don't think you've ever seen that, but like I did that when we were there and everything. But like so my buddy who I went to basic with, he got shot on the side of the ACH. It went through this side, followed the layers around, and blew out the other side.
Yeah.
Knocked him the fuck out cold. He was bleeding. He had a skull fracture, TBI. They thought he was dead. So they got somebody else.
What I had.
Right. They got him. They got somebody else in the turret, and they were like, "Oh fuck, we got a KIA. He's dead," because his pulse was so slow. No, he's alive. I still talk to him today, but like they thought he was dead. Had he not been wearing his helmet or wearing like a shitty helmet, he would have been toast.
Yeah.
Like completely. And it kept him alive and everything, and he was good. And Jonesy actually got shot in the helmet as well during the Battle of
That
Cop
explains a lot.
Well, he's also from Tennessee, so I think it's more of that than it is him getting TBI.
So the TBI probably didn't have any sort of negative effect on him.
No, it probably improved his mental capacity. Jesus, But so he got
brain to rewire itself.
He got shot too, because he got shot a few times in that battle, or blown up and shot, and then it saved his life. Like, he got a new helmet after that and everything like that. But like, so it
hashtag shameless plug for Mike B's helmet ballistics test videos.
Oh yeah, I've been doing those lately. But anyway, there's 2 people who I know personally and I really, care about a lot, whose lives have been saved by just wearing a fucking helmet. And I mean, again, they're not comfortable because they're heavy and they're fucking hot and whatever.
Yeah.
But your skull gets hit hard enough, you're done. I mean, that's a quick.
Yeah.
It's over. You know, your body can recover from certain things. Like I know there are people who've been shot and it goes clean through, misses all their organs. They still got shot, but it misses all their organs and they're fine. Like they recovered from their wounds and nothing adverse affects them. But people who have been shot in the head, I haven't been able to talk to them because they're fucking dead.
Well,
well, fuck it's not just ballistic helmets or military helmets either. It's just any kind of helmet. Like my brother wouldn't be here. My brother would have died in 2004 if he hadn't been wearing a motorcycle helmet.
Well, that's a huge thing.
He T-boned a Crown Victoria at 60 miles an hour.
Oof.
Yeah. I can't say I'd have my good looks if I didn't have a bike helmet on with my bike wreck in July of 19.
Well, you have to first possess good looks to still have them.
Yeah, it's not
Right.
working out for you that well. Just throwing that out there. But I mean, we'll work
It's not
with it.
good.
It's
not good.
It's not good. It's not great.
Well, it'd be looking worse. How about that? Pretty much, I'd be missing like this side of my face. So yeah.
So a helmet has saved your life twice that you can confirm.
Yeah.
There, that just proves my fucking point. Yeah,
I got a motorcycle helmet that's all road rash on the back.
there's the guy that I bought the house from. I used to work for him. He's a big rider, and he always wore a helmet. And people made fun of him. They're like, "Oh, you fucking pussy," whatever. Well, he wiped out one day. He avoided a deer, wiped out, and that fucking helmet was scraped down to about a skin width, right? It was scraped down. And he's like, that would have been my fucking head.
Yeah. And that's what people don't realize.
Right. And because, I mean, he went flying. And then
so I think the moral of the story here is that the smartest kids are the ones that wore the helmet on the school bus.
Well, minus the drool cup, but yeah. Yeah, I mean, we'll go with that. But no, it's I've always been a proponent of them. I don't know why, but like I always wore my fucking helmet. Like if shit was going down anywhere, even in training, right? Not even just on deployment, but like in training, if shit was like getting to the point where it's like, okay, where I have to move, I'd throw my helmet on. Like it just made me feel better. I don't know if it was a peace of mind thing, but especially on deployment, it's like if shit's coming in, if I can get to my fucking helmet in time, I'm going to.
And the Mitch helmets also made pretty damn good pillows.
Dude, don't get me started on that fucking thing. Like you just you get the pads in there, you just unbuckle the chin strap, John Wayne it, and just go perfect angle. Oh, yep.
And then you can prop it up against something.
Dude, what I would do is I would fucking take my Camelback and blow air into it so it was completely inflated. And then I would use my fucking ACH as like a, pillow thing, like a whatever, unbuckle the chin strap. And then it was like sleeping on a 5-star hotel, or hotel pillow. But that's what I would do. But like, it does make a difference. Like, and also like an ACH, like, or a helmet in general at night when you're out in the field and shit, keeps your head warm. Yep. It's fucking cool. But anyway, I'll get off my fucking tangent about helmets and how much I love them and whatever, but again, so I know 3 people personally whose helmets in the military saved their lives. So.
Well, I think I need to go to bed soon.
So I'll be there probably same time. I'm just it'll be a slower morning.
I'll have the coffee pot going.
You have fun with that. Again, I can't drink caffeine after Iraq. Like it freaking, I fucked my nervous system. I drank so goddamn much of that shit so fast and then I just stopped. Probably not a good decision, but.
No, I can do caffeine. I just can't do Rippets anymore just because of the memories they bring back. Yeah.
And they're really shitty. They're not good.
No.
Well, no. They're not good. They'll keep you awake until they don't.
I used to drink them when I worked at Menards in high school because they were cheap and they were like $1 for a tall boy. And I used to drink them there. And then when we got to Iraq, I was like, oh, free Rippets? Fuck yeah. So
Yeah.
we get the flats.
Colorful.
Yeah, we got the flats at 24. in the little cans. So
Yeah.
it's 12 tall boys.
Yeah.
And I would go through about 3/4 of one of those in a day, or on a shift, and then about 3 or 4 of these coffee energy drinks, and then 2 or 3 pots of regular coffee.
Yeah.
Just to stay awake, not like alert, but like stay awake.
Yeah.
And then got back and I'm like, cool, don't need that anymore. And then oof. But anyway, yeah, we'll fucking call it another 4-hour fucking stream.
Hey, fucking
All
worth
right.
it. Too bad
Yeah.
Michael couldn't have stuck around for the whole thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all right. He's got a life.
Really? Is that what happens when you don't join the military? You actually have a life?
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I think he's working on his art because he's kind of behind a little bit. So he's he doesn't like to rush his shit, but he takes forever to do it, but it's good. So he's been, painting some or drawing some pictures that are, you saw them, I think.
Yeah.
Was it? Yeah. He's really good at what he does. He just he wants to get focused and like fucking just, so that's the kind of shit. All right. Anyway, what's the keyword for tonight?
Helmet?
Helmet. Yeah. Comment with helmet if you made it this far, ex post facto listening. So, all right, cool. We'll see you guys probably next week.